With Lee Taylor on the way, we're going to open our meeting this morning. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. This is a joint session with the county commissioners and the County Planning Commission. Today is Thursday, March 26, 2026. And present in the room are Commissioner Ann Brown, myself, Matt Bama, Haley, Allie, Simpson.
You know me.
I do know you, but I never hit that right. It always troubles me.
I know you know.
I do know you. Okay. Even though I don't have your name, I know who you are. Sorry. A number of staff, a number of public, and a number of folks on the Zoom. Welcome, everybody. I am glad you're here because we have work to do. We will open our agenda with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everybody. We're lucky to be here. Our next item is number 4, a review of today's agenda. Does anybody have any concerns or suggested changes to today's agenda? All right, we are moving swiftly to public comment for items not on the agenda. And I don't see any hands up in the room. I'm checking the Zoom screen. And as often, it takes a moment to raise your hand, especially if you are on the phone and the buttons are small. So give that another couple seconds here to make sure. This is also a little bit of a stall while waiting for Lee Taylor to find a place to park.
You did our other meeting.
You better start. I would like Lee's company, but I know that we're going to have a presentation to kind of bring us all up to speed, and I know that Lee is up to speed, so maybe we should just continue. And that would be Drea Arizia, our housing specialist, opening our meeting.
All right, good morning, commissioners and everyone in attendance. Let me just share my screen and then we will dive into it.
Perfect timing.
Jeez. Good to see you.
Is it right one?
You're right on target.
All right, so Drea Ariza, housing specialist, and I'm joined by our planning staff as well as Jen and Sophie from Logan Simpson. They're joining virtually. They are our housing consultants for the project, and I will be presenting the first portion of today's joint work session on the accelerated housing review land use code amendment. So I will begin with an overview and key information, then we'll transition to the planning portion of the presentation from our planning director, Kay Simonson. I would like to know that this project includes 2 sets of land use code amendments, the fast track policy adoption and related code updates to remove barriers to affordable housing development. But today's discussion, we will solely focus on part 1, so that fast track component. For the sake of time, my preference is to walk through the full presentation first, then reserve time at the end for questions or comments before turning it over to Kay. in that land use code amendment portion and then move into public comment. I realize that a lot of you may have questions along the way, but I hope that throughout the presentation, a lot of that will be addressed as we go. So appreciate your patience with this format, and if there are no immediate comments, we'll dive into it. Yeah. So just an overview on today's agenda, brief overview on the project. We'll walk through that part one housing and accelerated review process. Then I'll hand it over to Kay. So as a quick high level recap of the project and how we got here to bring us up to speed for today's discussion. In January 2025, the county was awarded Proposition 123 Local Planning Capacity Grant. The goal of the grant was straightforward: hire a consultant, take a close look at our land use code, and identify where we can streamline things to better support housing development. Last June 2025, we selected Logan Simpson to lead that effort through a comprehensive land use code audit and update. Their charge is to help identify and remove unnecessary regulatory boundaries that make building new housing, especially affordable housing, more difficult in unincorporated communities. This project is unfolding over the course of 15 months. So it did start June of last year. Anticipation date to wrap up is September 2026. So to ensure that this work reflects local perspectives, the BOCC appointed a 12-member strategic stakeholder roundtable, also known as the SSR, through an application process last fall. The SSR is designed to represent a balance of geography, industries, and housing experiences from across the county, and its structure and role are outlined in the community engagement plan, which is available on the county housing website, which staff also presented in conjunction with Logan Simpson last summer. And this is a guiding document for public involvement on this project. The group serves as a sounding board, providing feedback, testing ideas, helping staff and our consultants shape recommendations. It's important to note, while their input is invaluable, the recommendations are advisory and final decision remains with the Planning Commission and the BOCC. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous contributions of the SSR members. Their perspective and engagements have been instrumental thus far, shaping the project as we move into part two and continue involvement with equally important aspects. I encourage the public to continue to stay engaged and keep sharing your insights as we refine the next set of proposed updates. So just looking back at our SSR meetings, we've had 4 of those so far. We had our first one October 6th, 2025, second one December 8th, 2025, January 26th, 2026, and the most recent one was March 2nd, 2026. Each of these has built momentum towards refining policy ideas, identifying community-supported reforms, and developing practical criteria for what we call the accelerated housing review, which we'll be talking about today. The meeting agendas and high-level summaries from these sessions are available on the county website under the Housing Code Project webpage. So, looking at the grant, we are carefully examining zoning regulation, development standards, permitting processes, looking for anything that adds unnecessary complexity, cost, or delays to new housing project. The idea is to clear those barriers while maintaining the quality and character that define our community. So a key objective here is to position the county to meet Prop 123's fast track requirement, which directly impacts the county's eligibility for future housing funding. So under state law, participating governments must create an expedited review process, which includes a typical 90 days or less from completion of application to a final decision for qualifying housing projects. To qualify, projects must meet Prop 123 criteria, such as having at least 50% of the units for a project designated as affordable. I also want to note that DOLA published a press release January 29th, 2026, announcing this new incentive, for local governments to partake in an incentive up to $45,000 in additional grant funds with no local match required if they have an approved expedited process in place prior to June 30th, 2026. In addition, local governments must meet the December 31st, 2026 deadline to remain eligible for Prop 123 funding in 2027. So this incentive is part of meeting the state statutory requirements to keep the county competitive in receiving Prop 123 related funding to assist with workforce, housing, and any related initiatives. So in short, the project has two primary focuses. The first one being developing that Prop 123 fast track mandate, which is the accelerated housing review that we will be talking about today. And two, identifying and revising our county code provisions that currently slow down or constrain development. Together, these efforts aim to create more housing choices, reduce unnecessary delays while preserving our community character. So as mentioned in the previous slide, this project is 15 months running from June 2025 through August 2026, September 2026. As of right now, we're currently in phase 2, which is our issues identification and analysis phase. In this phase, we're focusing on identifying barriers and opportunities in the housing landscape. We're doing this through community listening sessions, targeted outreach, and a detailed review of existing land use code. We're drawing insights from the SSR, the public, and relevant case studies. The findings from this phase are helping inform our preliminary recommendations and guide the initial code audit that will inform future amendments. In addition, the SSR has been instrumental in helping staff and the consultants define clear criteria for an accelerated housing review process, and that's what we will dive into soon. So building on the project overview timeline that we just went over, I want to highlight two main focuses of this housing code update effort. So implementing that fast track process to meet the Prop 123 that requires local government to create that expedited review process for qualifying housing projects, which will position the county to access future state funding opportunities and streamline housing approvals overall. And then that second focus is conducting a comprehensive update of the county land use code, looking closely at where the current code creates barriers or missed opportunities for housing. From there, we'll propose targeted language changes to remove those obstacles and accelerate housing development while ensuring that growth supports our community long-term vision and preserves our community character. So I want to share additional information. I'll briefly cover the fast track housing essentials from DOLA, which is the slide in front of you. Its purpose is to create a predictable 90-day fast track for affordable and workforce housing while maintaining quality standards. Legal requirements of Prop 123 mandates that 50% of the units be affordable for an entire project. Best practices include starting the clock with a complete application, front-loading those reviews, assigning dedicated staff while tracking metrics, and aiming for continuous improvement. Strategies may include mapping workflows, spotting those bottlenecks, and building a dedicated fast track path. Focus staff capacity with training, adopt policy, and communicate timely, clear deadlines, as well as informing DOLA of the adopted policy. Part 1, the accelerated review, focuses on the groundwork for managing the oversight of future land use code amendments and sets the stage for Part 2, which focuses on the comprehensive code updates, which we will be discussing at a later time. And it also fulfills the state statutory requirement for the county to maintain eligibility for future potential affordable and workforce housing funding. And that wraps up the high-level overview of the project and how we got to where we're at today. So before I turn things over to Kay, to talk next on the land use code amendments. I did want to share a couple of helpful resources in the slide in front of you. So if you want to stay up to date, you can visit San Miguel County Housing Code Update webpage. If you have questions or comments at any point, feel free to reach out to the Housing Update email. And then you can also find additional information on Prop 123 through DOLA's website. So before I pass it over to Kay, I will pause and take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Drea. Questions, comments from either board?
Questions and comments, but I think I'll wait to see if Kate covers.
Appreciate it.
Drea, I've got a foundational question, and this is something that I checked in with Jared Biggs about yesterday, but I'd love to hear either Jared repeat his answer or Drea, perhaps you want to say the same thing. What happens if we just decide not to engage with Prop 123?
We simply lose out on funding opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
We admit that we are running ahead of the state's deadlines for this compliance. And there are reasons that we want to do that include incentive dollars, as well as simply availability of the services we think we're going to need to be in compliance. But if the county were to decide, or any local government were to decide simply not to play ball, they just would not have access to that, to the state's affordable housing fund, which is what we voted for in 2021, to dedicate 0.1% of the income tax in the state to these purposes. So, it would be something where we would probably get by, but we would be missing an opportunity.
Thank you, Jared. And there's no or else necessarily from the state if we decide that we are going to opt out of Prop 123. There's not a punishment or a ramification, or is there?
I don't believe they've concocted one yet, right? But I would assume that as future legislative sessions happen, they're already adjusting things within these laws to make it easier, to make it more workable. So they're really bringing a lot of carrots to the table rather than sticks. And there are no sticks in statute right now if a local government decides not to do this.
Thank you. What I'm hearing Jared say is that it's to our advantage to follow this suggested timeline in return for the possibility of achieving state-funded assistance for housing projects that we know we need.
Jared, do we have any vision or idea on what the size of those supplements might be?
So
Does it depend on the number of counties that decide to play?
I mean, in preparation for this meeting, I did kind of look. The size of that bucket is $300 million a year. And then they divide that between the DOLA programs and the CHAFA programs, which, kind of, they have very pointed purposes. Some are land banking, some are, these technical assistance grants like the one we have received. Some of them are equity financing programs to try and actually put dollars into home construction. So there's a pretty big chunk of change every year that is available. And I think it would depend on the magnitude of project that we brought to the table to discuss with them.
So this would enable us to join a tier of potential applicants for state funding for whatever program we thought under that umbrella would work for us.
Correct.
At any given time. Okay.
Haley.
I've seen the up to $45,000 number floated. So is that different than what you're discussing now?
So that $45,000 is simply the incentive to accelerate the adoption of fast track process, right? That the fast track process is required to maintain eligibility by December of 2027. I believe,
Correct.
and so what,
2026 or 2027?
it's 2026.
Yeah.
Because I think I was looking at January 27. when I was
Correct.
reading. So it's required by the end of the year. To maintain eligibility, and the state is put, again, another carrot out there of no match 45K for another housing effort. If you get it done by June 30.
But that's
this
not
year.
it, right? Then there's this other annual bucket that we can draw from, for example, for a housing project.
Correct. Yeah, we will, that just doing so early gets us an incentive bonus kind of thing. But by doing it, it maintains our eligibility to go to CHAFA for their equity program or land banking program, to go to DOLA for any of their both technical assistance or financial assistance programs to advance any sort of housing project, kind of on the one-offs. It also makes private developers eligible for those resources. Private developers, if we ever found one who wants to do affordable housing in this county, would be eligible to go into those same programs, but if we did not comply, if our jurisdiction was ineligible, their project would be ineligible. So there is kind of a twofold. It's not just the government, the county government making that decision. It's the county government making that decision also for developers who might want to take advantage of that program.
Commissioner Gleason and then Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I was hoping to get an explanation as to why the fast track process is required in front of the land use code amendments. And that, you know, we've received some public comment from some of the SSR members that they feel that this is putting the cart before the horse, and it's adopting this without really taking a close look at the amendments we might adopt within our land use code that this fast track process would apply to. Can you explain why the sequencing?
Sure. So the sequencing really happened when we were working through, I think in January, our second SSR meeting. And generally, there was consensus around a fast track process would make sense in the context of being a developer incentive. Having certainty of speed of a project is one of the things that everybody generally agreed upon. And so at that point in time, that was when DOLA also sent up the signal that, hey, there is incentive money if you proceed with this before July 1. So we decided at that point to try to, because there was general consensus that this is not a bad idea, and we knew that we were going to proceed with some sort of fast track, we tried to accelerate it. And that's when we broke the project into kind of two pieces and said, we will continue to marinate on the much broader, much more involved other land use processes that we're talking about, and accelerate the fast track thing to try to get to an incentive payment if we could. To that point, Commissioner Gleason, there's no requirement to do this ahead of other amendments at all. It was just our attempt to go ahead and make a play for the additional resources.
Commissioner Brown.
I had a follow-up on the money part, and then I have a follow-up on Commissioner Gleason's question. Let's stick with this one first. I'm wondering why, if everyone on the SSR agreed that this would be a good element of the project overall, there appears to be surprise at what we're looking at today. And maybe the public will address that, but the tone of these comments suggested that they were sort of surprised that this was here.
Let's have the folks that wrote the letters speak to us soon, because I see a couple of them in the room, and I think we'll be able to get an answer to that question.
Then the other thing is, I just want to clarify in terms of, I think there was a little bit of confusion about the $45,000 incentive versus the magnitude of the opportunity presented by Prop 123.
Mhm.
You said for the state, it's $300 million a year that will be distributed. I just want to clarify, that could be millions of dollars for a single project in San Miguel County if we were accepted and, our grant were approved. Is that correct? Because someone in their comments characterized it as modest state grants, and maybe 45,000 is considered modest, but my understanding is that the project grants could be in the magnitude of millions of dollars. Am I correct?
That is correct. There is a difference, and I do think that maybe, and I will own this conflation between the $45,000 and all the other things that are available through this program.
Okay.
Is a challenge, right? We accelerated the accelerated review process to try and get the county ourselves an opportunity for 45K kind of scot-free for continuing to do this work.
I appreciate that, Jerry, and I know how frugal you and Mike are, and I think if we can get 45,000 without, compromising this process or this product, we should go for it. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and so, but I do think it is important to keep the other projects in context, right? We will, I have no doubt, we will apply for additional resources for other projects, be them our own Pathfinder project, these are dollars that I expect to be looking at, trying to access. And so maintaining eligibility will be an important thing for us. Or we're simply going to say, we're going to go it alone. And it would be a kind of an oversight on our part if we weren't working to stay eligible for these resources.
I agree with you.
Lee Taylor.
Jared, would there be an opportunity in the July to December window for us to tweak our fast track in response to what develops through the second phase of the effort? So that we don't end up with a land use code and a fast track process that are in conflict? Do you think that would be possible?
Chairman Taylor, absolutely. It is our land use code. And we can make an amendment as we see fit, as we do from time to time. And so if there is something fundamentally broken between something that gets decided this month or next month, and the other amendments that we have been developing and cooking, we can suggest that amendment at any time.
Okay. I do remember, I don't remember if we took a straw poll or not, but my memory's going anyway. I do remember my own thoughts were that it made sense to do this decision to split them and to do the fast track first, because the conversation about the community housing zoning district and other changes to the land use code would be better suited to take place over the summer while everybody's here, rather than try to squeeze it in the windows that we have. We got break coming up right now. I'm sure we would be deep into the conversation at this point if we were working on both at the same time. So I perceived it to be a matter of efficiency, and I'm glad to hear that we're not grasping for small dollars. I think that trying to stay eligible for larger funds makes sense.
And if I may, one of our consultants, Sophie Frankenberg, has her hand up, and I wanted to see if she had color commentary that might correct my statements.
Go ahead, Sophie.
No, no correction. I just wanted to provide maybe a little bit information on specifically the fast track process. Proposition 123 does have minimum requirements that communities that have filed commitments through Proposition 123 need to meet in regard to the fast track process. So I think that's also a piece and a component to this overall project that where the fast track language, there is guidance and requirements from Proposition 123. So those are quite general in some sense, but then also a bit restrictive. So that's why the fast track process did start beforehand. It's because there's not a whole lot of customization that really can be done. So yes, the county could go and amend the fast track process after DOLA says, yes, you meet the minimum requirements. This looks great. If you do amend it, you do also need to ensure that it still is complying with those baseline requirements that Proposition 123 has outlined. So that's why it is a bit different than the subsequent tasks as part of this greater project, where looking at your land use code, you do have more opportunity to be more creative and customize it to really meet the needs of your community, considering so many different contexts. Whereas the fast track process, there are parameters and guidelines that have been established. So there's only so much customization that can be done. I hope that that provides a little bit more information as to why this maybe is happening beforehand and just doesn't have quite as much input or variability with it.
Thank you, Sophie. Saw Haley's hand up, and at some point I'd like to get to Kay because we do need to dive into the actual language that we'll be discussing. However, I want to make sure we're all clear on the process first. So go ahead, Haley, and Commissioner Brett.
Segue, I can actually direct this question to Kay, I think, or to Drea. Yeah, some of the comments were about the cart before the horse with this fast track process, and I think that comes from during our discussion on the SSR, there was a lot of talk about changes to density, changes to housing types that were allowed on different zone districts. For example, we floated the idea of changing the use by right on Wrights Mesa from 1 house per 35 acres to maybe 1 house per 5 acres. If it's designated affordable housing, that would be eligible for fast track. I wanted to clarify with you that at this point, fast track doesn't consider that, right? At this point, we're still with the 1 house per 35 acres. We're not changing any density. We're not changing anything along the lines of eligibility for affordable housing fast track. All we're saying is that if you have a 50% project that meets these income criteria that you're about to discuss, then you're eligible for fast track. Is that correct?
So yeah, I'm about to talk about that. And so Drea, if you could stop sharing your screen and I can start sharing mine. And make sure I show you the right presentation. I could speed the meeting right along and just jump into forestry right now. Okay. So yeah, here we are. And we've already talked about the the background. So the qualifications here are to qualify for additional funding. The county must have a fast track review for affordable housing. That means rendering a final decision within 90 days of the application being certified complete. It's required for housing projects where 50% or more of the units are affordable, but it is not required for every development project or application type. It's only required for those where the developer wants to pursue this and where they qualify. This code amendment doesn't make any changes to the existing land use code. It doesn't change any of the densities at this time. It doesn't change any of the development standards, dimensional limits, anything like that. It doesn't change the process by which anything is approved right now. You know, we have our use permitted by right that has a development permit or administrative review, also a development permit. We have our 1-step. We also have 2-step and PUD. 2-step and PUD most likely are not going to meet the 90 days. That's one thing this doesn't do. If something is required to go through a 2-step or a PUD, this doesn't supersede that. So if a use or activity proposal, whatever, is required to have a 2-step process, we're not obligated to jam that 2-step process into 90 days. So hopefully that kind of answered your question there.
Except for that last comment. I mean, a PUD is eligible for fast track, but it is absolutely.
Well, what we have in our draft is PUD amendments.
Oh, okay.
Because we frequently get those. So within this, what we're doing is we're creating a new section in Article 3, which is our procedure section. The first thing it does is it sets up applicability. And under the state statute, it is, I think it was 60% AMI and 100% AMI for sale. That doesn't really work in our market. We know that. We know that if we stick to those, it leaves too many gaps, too many missing areas. So what this does, and this was discussed with the SSR, is it sets applicability to rental housing that's at or below 120% of the AMI, for sale housing that's at or below 200% of the AMI, and that costs less than 30% of, where you're spending less than 30% of your household monthly income towards housing. That's a standard that's used nationwide to determine whether or not people are cost burdened by their housing. Things that are eligible for accelerated housing review are development permits, building permits, variances, special use permit, planned unit development amendment, construction and engineering documents that may be required in the types of applications listed above, and modification of the same. As I said, anything that's administrative, like the development permit, we do the building permit concurrent with the development permit, actually in our processes. Special use permits, if they're one step, we're usually within the 90 days. So under this, what we have here is for process, accelerated housing review application shall be given priority over other projects in the development review process and approved with conditions or denied within 90 days of determination of completeness. And this 90 days concludes on the final action of the decision maker. So it could be administrative, or it could be the Planning Commission or the BOCC. Each type of application has its own 90-day review period. So if it's something that required a one-step special use permit, the development permit, building permit would be a separate step. They could run concurrent, and we don't have to. Applicants may request extensions of up to 90 days. And that's generally to allow them to respond to direction from review agencies or from staff or from the review body. They can also say, this isn't for me, and they can opt out at any time. And then all the applicable code standards still apply. So like I said, this doesn't change anything else in the code. It's rare that we have to make decisions as to what goes on an agenda and what doesn't because of time on the planning side. So, but should we be in that case and somebody has accelerated review over a different type of project, that's where the priority comes in. Applicants can request one 90-day extension in order, good Lord, what was I typing? In order to address comments on the application from other agencies or service providers. And the county may, at our discretion, also provide a 30-day extension to allow adequate time to review and address submittal materials and review requirements. So if we're coming up on close to our 90 days, but there's a detail that we're waiting for, like CDOT. We're waiting for a CDOT comment. We can tell the applicant, look, we need 30 more days. We notify them. They can't say, no, I'm not going to agree to that. We tell them. And then we do add a definition of exactly what affordable housing eligible for accelerated review is. That's residential dwelling units that are permanently deed restricted to be affordable to qualifying households who are in less than 120% of the area median income for renters and less than 200% of the area median income for ownership units, as determined annually by the Department of Housing and Urban Development and adjusted for household sizes. Units that cost less than 30% of a qualifying household's gross monthly income are considered affordable. Costs include but are not limited to rent, mortgage payments, taxes, utilities, and insurance as applicable. As we found, it's always a good idea to define exactly what we're regulating so we don't have questions later. So this was discussed at a couple of SSR meetings. Generally, it was felt that it was important to allow the higher AMI thresholds to address actual community housing needs. I already talked about those. And right now, the 2025 AMI for a family of four is $119,500. So you can imagine, 30% of that, spending $33,000 a year on your housing costs. It's not easy, not easy to find housing at that price around here. Anyhow, and then there was some discussion as to whether housing costs should be allowed to be greater than 30%. We didn't pursue that because that's inconsistent with DOLA guidance. And it would also erode affordability and create a housing cost burden on the residents. Regarding stakeholder review, the draft code amendment was posted on the county website with an email blast to stakeholders. We ran display ads in the paper and we did social media posts. It was sent to DOLA for a courtesy review. They did ask for some clarifications. They noted that site plan is not listed in the application types, and that's because we don't have that process in our code. So we'll advise them of that. And then they asked that we consider revising language on extensions per the latest guidance. There was some stuff that had come up fairly recently that we didn't have in there. And then,
And will you be making that change or?
yeah, yeah. And then also to consider allowing any housing development meeting the affordability requirement in statute to be eligible for expedited review and not just those with a formal affordability mechanism, deed restriction. Frankly, we haven't had a non-deed restricted affordable housing development built since the late 80s. I mean, to ensure affordability, that's our best tool. So to not require that deed restriction would not suit our reality here.
Hey, can I build on that?
Well,
Let's let Kay finish her presentation and then I'm gonna be calling on Danny Kraft, who had his hand up before she started, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah. So what we're asking for today is direction to staff regarding any amendments to the draft accelerated housing review. Right now, our schedule, in order to meet the June 30th deadline, we're looking at a planning commission meeting on May 14th and then a BOCC hearing on June 2nd. And then that'll be followed with the next part of the housing code update, which is the other amendments to the code to encourage the development of housing, including specific zone district standards. And this will be prepared and presented at future meetings with anticipated adoption in the fall. And yes, if necessary to make adjustments to this, we can. However, this pretty much follows what the DOLA requirements are. And I think pretty much anything we come up with will fit within this and won't require much of that. And then the other part that's coming up is the housing action plan. The board yesterday did authorize, I think, applying for a grant for that, also from DOLA. So under the Prop 123 funds. So there's a number of different pieces that are going on. And this is just the one. So any questions?
Thank you, Kay. We'll go to Danny Kraft, who's an SSR member on the Zoom call first. Danny, I know you had your hand up right as Kay started, and the segue was so good I didn't want to interrupt that, but I do want to hear you. So I'll ask you to unmute, please.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I appreciate it. First off, I just want to say thank you for putting this together. I am an SSR member, and I think some of the concerns, and just to kind of address some of the comments that have kind of been made, when we originally saw this document was when it was sent out after our meeting. We did talk very high level about Prop 123 and a fast track program. And we all, I think, at least from my interpretation of the group, obviously I'm one member of the group, but you know, my interpretation was everyone's in favor of the fast track program. Everyone wants us to do a fast track program and meet the Prop 123 requirements. The concern that we ran into was really with this document kind of moving forward this quickly. And the concern that I have as a member is not this actual document kind of moving forward, it's that there is no limitation on size of project. And that's one consensus that I heard throughout several members when we were in the last meeting, is just a restriction on the size of projects that are allowed to go through this fast track program. So it's not a matter of that we do not want to go through this, at least my interpretation of it is not that. It's more just with regards to the size of project should be limited in some way or fashion based upon square footage or number of units, at least in my opinion. So that's my concern as a SSR member. And you know, I think that you have very broad support about it. I just don't think that this should be moved forward this quickly until we do limit those sizes.
Thank you, Dan. I saw Kay's hand up with a response to your concern.
Yes, so the limitations on the size of projects, both square footage and units, comes from the zoning. And so this doesn't change that. And that will be something to discuss as we look at the zone districts themselves.
Can you say more? For example, a PUD is not on here,
A PUD is not on here because at 5 steps, we can't meet fast track.
but that is what a big project would be, right? I mean,
It depends on what you guys come up with on the zoning.
but as of right now, a building permit for, say, the Genesee project could or could not go fast track.
That could go fast track because that would be a development permit at this point. The PUD's already approved.
But a new project of the size and scope of Society Turn would.
Starting a brand new PUD, that doesn't count.
Could not happen. That's what I mean. So
Yeah,
based on what we currently have, we could not have, could we have a new Shendoka? Could that go fast track? If it were on county land and all that?
it would depend on the underlying zone district.
In theory, we could.
The only zone district that would have a one-step process similar to that scale would be community housing, which we have yet to talk about.
Can we just clarify, see if I have this interpretation correct? We're not talking about eliminating any steps in the approval process or changing who makes those decisions, right? So if it's already administrative review continues, if it's already 5-step, it continues. If it's 2-step, it continues. I think that's really important to point out. All we're doing is compressing or trying to compress the amount of time, but we're not eliminating any reviews, any public comment, any steps. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we're not eliminating any steps. If something already, we continue with what the land use code says the process is for specific levels of property, unless and until we change the land use code in that regard. And we don't have any of that on the table today. So what this does is for projects that meet the requirements, it gives them priority over other projects if we're having to make decisions about what gets agendized, and we rarely have to do that. And then it does give us a little bit of push to keep things moving. And again, like I said, for administrative and for one step, we're usually within that 90 days anyhow. But it's a reminder to move things along.
Thank you. Commissioner Gleason, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Hallie asked the question that I had most burning is based on the development processes eligible for accelerated housing review? Are there any glaring examples where a very large scale development could be fast tracked? And I feel that that was just answered pretty clearly by Kay, that that would be a really rare case, but I just want to kind of open it up maybe at public comment to make sure that that answer is adequate for the concerns that have been brought up by members of the SSR regarding square footage size and number of units, and the concern around even before the land use code is amended and tweaked with this perceived step 2 of the process, if that is adequately addressing those concerns. And then, you know, that cart is in front of the horse, but when the horse catches up and we are able to dive in and really look at the land use code and how we might amend it to create variances and a greater ability for you know, affordable housing projects to actually get sited and built throughout the county in appropriate places with appropriate conditions and standards met. Is this adequate is my question to the group.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nick Farco, another SSR member, is coming up to the microphone. And as an SSR member, I'm looking forward to hearing him speak. I also note that Doug Tooley's hands plural, you've got both your phone and your Zoom up, Doug. We will get to public comment, I promise. And we will be continuing to take commissioners and SSR members for right now. So hang in, please. Mr. Farco, welcome. And why don't you just stay at that microphone, because I think we're going to be needing your time and energy here.
Awesome, thank you. I guess I want to address some of the discussion that was just happening here about a project that might fall into the category where this amendment would apply. And I think Ilium, the Alexander property, is a great example. It's already been rezoned to CH, so it's eligible for 20 units per acre. A lot of acreage, technically. What is the total property? 57 acres. So the number of units, even though the planned number of units there, I think is at 250 now total. Again, I may have my numbers wrong, but I think we all agree that's a large project. So this amendment, as drafted currently, because the zoning is already in place, in its sort of blanket statement, would allow it to go through a 90-day fast track process. That's dangerous. And that's, I think, what we were talking about as SSR members, is that when you have something that's consequential, even though we are in favor of fast track for smaller and many of them throughout the county, you take something like Ilium. This is a big deal if passed as is. And again, I got fast forward. Hopefully I'll get time to talk about, you know, what I think can be done to this amendment to make it work.
You will get time.
Okay. But as it is right now, it's just too blanket. And so whether or not that process that's chosen is administrative review or 2-step, it's not 5-step, but it's likely either admin review or 2-step. There's going to be a hell of an impetus to push it through that 90-day process because you're allowed to. So all of a sudden, what's going to sacrifice? It's going to be what we've been concerned with as SSR members, is that defeats the contradictory goals of this exercise, which is to facilitate housing while preserving community character. So that's my comments to what I've just heard recently. I'd love if I got a minute to talk about the cart and the horse and where I stand on that. I think there's been admissions here that we do have a cart before a horse. I mean, it's stated that this wasn't really part of the SSR plan. We were going to move forward with comprehensive developments. And then this incentive, this additional bucket, this up to, and I think we really need to keep our eyes on the ball, up to 45,000. And we also need to keep our eyes on the ball of the state deficit that's going on right now. So money is not going to be flowing like water at times. I'm not saying that's at jeopardy, but up to doesn't mean 45,000. But when that came about, that was the cart that all of a sudden came into the equation. We did not know about that when we started as SSR members. Again, fair enough. I don't think that surprise bothered us. I mean, I'm going to speak for myself. It didn't bother me because, okay, there's an opportunity there to get some money, even if it's $50. If it means we can do something that doesn't demean or compromise the comprehensive effort we're going to, hell yeah, let's get some money. But the surprise came when we saw the I saw the email.
I'm going to ask you just to continue. That
Okay.
music is nice background,
Music
but
it's beautiful.
let's keep rolling.
So I think that's when the surprise came in, was the actual content, and that it did not address what we, quite honestly, we hijacked meetings for way too long, talking about density, talking about caps, small scale, large scale, medium scale. And they were great discussions because we were trying very hard to marry these competing goals of the SSR. This particular amendment as drafted just pays no regard to them. And I think it's somewhat what Danny was saying. So the SSR, this I think is also a fair fact to state, is that there was consensus, but it was for the 120%, the 200%, the 30% numbers. That was again ad nauseum. We talked about that and that was maybe the only kind of official straw poll where we raised our hands and said, yeah, that's good. All good, no problem with that. It's really that there's no guardrail on this thing. Ilium, I think we all got to just look at Ilium as the case in point of what we could see very quickly thereafter. We also need to consider that, okay, what if this SSR effort blows up and we don't finish it, and this amendment is in a land use code? It's a really bad idea to do land use code amendments that are dangerous or contradictory to what you're about to put in or what exists there. That's just bad regulatory documents. So this, when we start, when the room here goes, is there still a 5-step or 2-step or 1-step or nothing? Well, it's fuzzy. Fuzzy documents are bad. We're trying to do things that eliminate fuzziness. So let the SSR finish. Let us do it comprehensively. Or if we must chase the up to 45 grand, let's just make this thing so it's not consequential. Still achieve the goals of getting the 45 grand and let us finish our job and get it going.
Did you say you had proposed language that
Yes, I did.
you
Yes, I
felt
did.
would?
And it was in the packet.
Mhm.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that now, or?
You've got the floor. Let's hear it.
Who has it in front of them? If not, I've got printed out copies that I can do. So the concerning areas, that's in line. Just do it sort of linearly from the top out. And the first blue line is very simple. It's just making clear that it's not a state law that we do this. If anybody doesn't have it,
I'll take it. Otherwise, I have a hard time.
take me 10 minutes to get to
One
it.
screen and the other. I'd much prefer the paper copy. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anybody else?
The first edit is really just a little house cleaning. It's just to make sure that what we're talking about is why we need to do this. It's for financial assistance. It's not to comply with state law. It's to get the incentives. Figure 3.8. I'm just, we're being guided by state proposition 123 language. Let's follow the language. So this is a literal copy and paste from the state's language of what projects are eligible and or processes are eligible and what are ineligible. So I think it's important. And again, in my letter, I pointed out, an example of one that's consequential, that the planned unit development amendment, which is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet point down. State language says, or approval that does not involve rezoning. They do that for a purpose because rezoning is consequential. So if you eliminate that language, all of a sudden fast track applying to rezoning, well, that's gonna get you a lot of people in the room down the
I
road.
think the specific language that I saw in DOLA does not involve rezoning, it just says is not limited to rezoning.
This is copied and pasted right from their website.
Okay,
Yeah.
I looked at, must have had another source for
And-
that.
and
It's
there
a
mu-
distinction.
There might be multiple websites, but I think pages, but the intent is again to not have something consequential. But if you look at the contrapositive of that, where you look at development processes that are ineligible, again, this is also from DOLA's website. Go down, this is on the next page. The 1, 2, 3, the 5th bullet point down, it very clearly says ineligible are planned unit development approvals or amendments that include zoning approval or subdivision. So DOLA has recognized that zoning and subdividing are what piss people off.
There's your language, Ann, the fifth bullet on that second page.
Okay.
And that's ineligible, right? That's a huge, huge distinction. One is eligible, one is ineligible. So I don't want to spend any more time on the 1.8, the figure, but really the main point is follow what Dole is saying. Let's not omit for things that, especially things that will be controversial here in San Miguel County.
Lance, before Nick continues, would it make sense to talk this section through? Or do you think we should just hear all of his comments?
Well, I think that his comments are probably going to be linked up, but we could certainly see if we can come to at least a discussion here and understand if both boards are understanding Mr. Farco's points, and if we have questions, let's see if we can straighten that out now before we go any farther.
Maybe Kay
Haley.
will speak to why.
I'd love to hear Kay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I already mentioned, we struck site plan because we simply don't have that in our code. So, don't put things in our code that aren't in our code. And similar for conditional use permits. And we were listing what was eligible. And certainly we could look at adding a list that says ineligible. I'd want to take a look at all of this. But by saying what is eligible, that kind of presumes that if it's not listed here, then it's not eligible, which means we would not have to take a rezoning application or a PUD application and somehow try to get that in under 90 days. That goes back to what I was saying. Largely anything in our code right now that requires a two-step review is not going to be able to meet the 90 days.
And part of the challenge is if you list all the exceptions, those are all the exceptions. There might be something else that comes along
There,
that we don't want, that can't be interpreted.
yeah. So, and I mean, they threw in, so from the state, they talked about sign permits. Sign permits are administrative, and we do so few of them that it's not even really relevant. So we could certainly look at adding the ineligible list, but we want to make sure that it fits what's in our code, not the state's broad umbrella language that they crafted.
I think it's for the sake of simplification, and I'm agreeing that simplified documents always better. If it were really their one sticking point, I agree, site plans and the conditional uses, since that state language is not really part of San Miguel County, fine, yeah, let's get
We
rid of it.
don't have conditional use permits.
No,
Yeah, get rid of those. Again, like I said, this is a blanket copy paste. So it's getting the discussion going, so it's.
It needs to get localized.
It served its purpose. Yeah, exactly. So if there was one item in what was contained in the draft, it would be the planned unit development one. I mean, it's just that it could be that simple, that could be or approval that does not involve rezoning or subdivision. And we probably have achieved what I'm calling the intent of my comments.
yeah.
This probably shows my newness to this whole process, but a PUD by definition is what? Involves subdivisions land, involves rezoning. What is a PUD other than just big? That's probably a question for you, Kay.
Pulling up the code.
Yeah, so for example, the CH zone has a few things that are allowed by administrative review, not many. It allows on one-step review by the planning commission on a parcel of up to 5 acres. Once you go over that size, it's a two-step review, and like I've said, we still have to meet all of our processes. We have to send it out for review agencies. We have to meet our noticing requirements, all of that. And for a two-step review, the only way we can fit that in under 90 days is to have combined meetings. And we don't like to do that because it kind of forecloses on the opportunity for the public to be involved and be informed. So like I said, two-step processes really don't fit under this.
But I don't see anything in here that says development process ineligible are two-step process.
We had a lot of discussion internally and with our consultant as to whether or not we wanted to list by process type. And we felt that it was more that we needed to follow the state direction more. But if we need to add a clarification that no other code requirements, we might already have this in here, I can't remember. No other code requirements regarding noticing, et cetera, shall be abridged or abbreviated by this. We can do that.
I like that idea.
But-
It's not already.
Yeah, I'm just still fuzzy, like, is there never a special use permit that requires two-step approval?
Oh, there's a number of them.
Right, so this says that a special use permit is eligible for accelerated housing review. Period.
Just on number one step.
Yeah, like I said, the CH zone, 5 acres or less, that's one step.
Right, you know that, but that's not
Yeah.
what's written.
Yeah. And this is something we don't have to work out today. You can give us direction to come back and address that.
Okay. Let's hold for a second. Nick, you're next.
Just one more comment on that specific subject.
Okay, go ahead.
You asked about what a PUD is. I mean, it's just been that maybe something we can talk about,
Well-
how I view a PUD as
Yeah.
a guy that usually is fine one. But this is really not about PUDs, it's about amendments to PUDs, which is a very different thing.
Yeah.
So this is
PUD
going,
already
but
exists.
this is going back to the comment with the two-step, the five-step review. I mean, a special use permit can be two-step, and yet it's listed here, and there's nothing to say that a two-step review special use permit is ineligible. Same thing with the PUD. PUD is not listed, but what makes, for example, the Ilium project a PUD versus just a really big CH zone building permit application? Like, I don't know the answer to that. Maybe you do, but it's not clear to me based on what's written here.
Yeah.
Hey, is it true that the Ilium housing project could be approved under this accelerated review process? It's already got the zoning, but in terms of,
Only if it were under 5 acres.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to require more than a one-step review.
But this doesn't say anything about one-step or two-step reviews.
But
So
this
what
one
will
does.
it?
That-
does.
That will be in the CH zone language itself.
And that's what I mean about conflicts. So all of a sudden you're looking at this, which says something that makes you believe it can, and then you look at something else that makes you believe it can't. That's bad. That's bad.
I don't think that's a conflict so much as a clarification.
Wait.
Thank you. Jared, I saw your hand up. Commissioner Gleason, I see your hand up as well. And Sophie, I also see your hand up. So we've got a lot of folks who want to try to help us through this. Let's start with Sophie because she may have experience and insight. Then we'll go to Commissioner Gleason.
Yeah, so one clarification that I want to make is that we're kind of using application types and processes interchangeably a little bit right now. So the reason why we're not specifically saying one-step process, two-step process is because there was that one SUP piece that falls within that two-step process. So it's not a blanket, like all applications within the two-step process are not eligible for fast track. That being said, the application types is what Proposition 123 cares about. So you can have a PUD, for example, that has 5 different types of applications that they have to go through. All 5 of those could be eligible for fast track, or 3 of them could be, for instance. So that is not saying that from the first application coming in for a PUD to receiving a building permit is within 90 days. That's probably going to be still very similar to your current process of, I don't want to say years, but maybe sometimes it's a couple years. So that's something that I think we need to distinguish, that the process is kind of different than the application types. So we're listing application types here to be really clear in that sense. As Kay has mentioned a few times, it does not change the decision authority. It does not change noticing. It does not change any standards that are required in other sections of the code as it is right now. Whether or not that changes, we're, going through that process here shortly. But typically any application that is going to be multiple review authorities is not required per Proposition 123 and is not required within this draft. So I just want to clarify that those are kind of two separate things that we might be getting a little convoluted in this discussion.
Thank you, Sophie. Commissioner Gleason.
Yeah, thanks. So what I just heard there from Sophie kind of emphasizes what I wanted to bring up, and that I feel Mr. Farco's suggestion of including development processes ineligible for accelerated housing review is important, just to create clarity and any convolution that might, any particular applicant might have questions about. And I think any more clarity we have in the code is good, because the code can be confusing. And I think that we should, staff should probably take a look at that list that is proposed and see what is truly applicable to San Miguel County's land use code. And I like the idea of keeping that ineligible list suggestion there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go to Jared Biggs and then Drew Nelson, who's also an SSR member. Okay, Drew, it's your turn. I see your hand up, and we'll get you unmuted here.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody, and I really appreciate everybody's time today. I just wanted to note that as it relates to the Ilium project, the town of Mountain Village is really trying to re-envision that project right now, and so I don't want to go too far down a path where we envision that something is happening right there, because we got a lot of feedback. We did a neighborhood meeting. We've done other meetings with county staff. We anticipate a pre-application coming at some point in the future, maybe a work session with the Board of County Commissioners. So I just don't want to use that as like some example of this particular programming being, utilized to combat the community or anything like that. And I hate to say it that way, but I certainly, we want to make sure that we are working with the neighborhood, working with community members to make sure that we really have a project that's going to be supported and beloved in that particular location when we get there. I just didn't want us to get too far down a track around Ilium in and of itself. And I appreciate Mr. Farco's comments about this whole system. So, it's kind of like a torn and mixed message, but I think that Nick's got some really great thoughts around this, and I appreciate what Danny said earlier as well. We certainly don't want to be outside of that entire process. We want to work through things and do it in the right way, so that we're not avoiding the community feedback process that comes along with anything that could add significance to a neighborhood. So please don't take Ilium and the Ilium housing project as something that we wouldn't be really trying to interact with the neighborhood and interact with commissioners on what we really want to see done there. And I think we've got a lot of really productive stuff that's coming in the very near future. We're hoping to hold meetings with you guys in the next few months. I just didn't want that to go unsaid.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Lee Taylor.
Kay, as a practical matter, walk us through the process whereby, given that we put in place some form of this, by which a project would obtain fast track status. Is it a review by you, or does it come to us, or how does it work?
So we begin projects with a pre-application meeting with the applicant.
Mhm.
It would probably be at that time when they'd say, and we would like to use the fast track process. We agree that our project will meet these standards regarding affordability and number of units.
Mhm.
And then, so at that point, we would give them their pre-application letter. And they would then submit their application and they would reiterate in there, we want this in the fast track process. That's our signal to move as expeditiously as we can within our framework to meet that 90 days. But that still means sending it out to the appropriate review agencies. That still means doing all the proper noticing. You know, as we noticed, there's the ability for extensions. And then, yeah, we'd be going through our usual process, but you would know if it's something that's coming to you, because this could also be administrative, you know, if the code already allows that. But if it's coming to you, we will be telling you this is a fast track process. You know, it's not automatically approval. You know, we noted that it's approval with conditions, or denial. So does that answer your question?
Getting there.
Okay.
At what point, I'm assuming not all SUPs are created equal, of course. So in that pre-application conversation, would it be likely that you would say, this is too big for fast track because of the need to provide, we're going to need a soil sample, we're going to need a geohazard report, so forth, those things take time.
Okay, so they're doing all of that stuff before the clock starts ticking for us. So, you know, if we're telling them they need all the reports and studies, they're doing that first. We need to fit our review of those and possibly having one of our engineers look at it into our review period, which we already do.
Okay. So your pre-application letter would spell out if there were circumstances in this case of this application that you need to take care of this stuff before we'll consider you for fast track.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay.
Commissioner Brown.
I'm sorry, but I'm still really confused about whether a two-step process could or could not be eligible. Because in my mind, I think some of these development processes are administrative, some are one step, some are two steps. So have you said, Kay, that a two-step process would not be eligible for a fast track? But I heard Sophie say that the number of steps is not addressed in this currently. So can we just clarify that part?
Well, for us, when we're doing a two-step process, that's a single application. So if it's something that requires multiple applications, for example, PUD, you're applying 3 times for 5 steps. So the sketch plan would be one, the preliminary plan would be one, and the final plan would be another. As we know from experience, PUDs take a long time. It'd be very difficult to fit that in. So, you know, I'm saying from a procedural point, it would be quite difficult to fit a two-step process into the 90 days, simply because of all of the notice requirements.
But there's nothing in here that says that, right? There's nothing in here, yeah, so I feel like we need to clarify that. If you don't feel comfortable having any two-step process in the fast track, we should say, you know, these processes, when they are in the land use code somewhere else specified as administrative or one step would qualify.
I think, you know, we've heard that, we've made notes of that, and I think we'll take that as direction to go in and research that before we bring the final, you know, the next draft out. You know, it's just something that I think, you know, we would want to discuss, you know, among staff and Logan Simpson to figure out exactly how to word that.
Before we do, I'm going to try a devil's advocate position for the group, only because I have been thinking about the 300 concerns about government moving slowly and processes taking years and folks not having time to keep track of all the slow grinding meetings. And this is not necessarily exactly how I feel, but it's one way to think of it would be if there was a 90-day window and a difficult conversation and it was all available within 3 months, folks might have a better chance of following the thread than they would if it was spread over 6 or 9 or a year. And I'm not sure, we say fast track and it triggers the concept of this is going to be rubber stamped, it's going to be guaranteed, it's going to happen quickly. That's quickly according to government time. And there's still no guarantee of an approval. It's only that we are committing to a process that has a endpoint that's within sight. And for a developer, and Mr. Farco and others on the SSR who've been in the game and have built projects have been very clear that it's advantageous to them to have time be compressed because time is money. And it's advantageous to them to have firm deadlines for decisions because they can then plan the rest of the project. So I'm trying to make the point that the term fast track has connotations that all of us get nervous about because we like time to consider. But I'm also trying to say that in this case, I think there's still a pretty good chunk of time. Each portion of this development process, whether it's 1-step, 2-step, 5-step, is another 90-day reset. And there's probably going to be enough attention span for 90 days. There may not be enough attention span for 5 years. And I'm not suggesting that every process takes that long, but I am saying we have had some that folks don't remember the beginning, and every meeting we have to kind of start over. So there's my counterpoint to the term fast track. And I know there's going to be response to that, and I look forward to it. Where should I start? Hallie.
Yeah, I was going to say something very similar to you, and I agree with Anne that I think as written, this does not say anything about 1-step, 2-step, 5-step being approved or not approved, especially use permits 2-step, it's in here. So I agree with you on that. I also agree with you, Lance, that there is an advantage to moving some projects along, and I think that is exactly the point of Prop 123. They're not concerned with the fact that we want time for 2 steps. They want to see projects built quickly. That is exactly what they're trying to get us to move along with. And I think a 2-step process can fit into a 90-day window, but with certain constraints. And so that I think is our challenge, is to say, not that anything that's 2-step can't be in the accelerated review process, but to say, what scale of project are we willing to move along quickly? And that is exactly what the SSR talked about. And that's exactly what Paul Major sat in that room and said, you know, if I'm going to invest millions of dollars in a project, I don't have the luxury of sitting there for 4 years through different presidential administrations and a war in Iran and try and estimate what the cost of this project is and decide if it's feasible. But I do have 90 days, I do have a year. And so moving some of these things along more quickly is important. But again, do we want that to be something like the Genesee project or Lawson Hill? Probably not. So I think that's where we need to focus our energy. And then that brings us all the way back to the cart before the horse conversation from Nick Farco about density and scale. And so, yes, I love the idea of the accelerated housing review. Yes, I think we should make some 2-step processes eligible, but I think we also need to really consider which of those projects are eligible. And there's got to be a creative way to find that in this amendment right before us now.
Hallie, I'm not sure that I agree entirely in that if it's a 5-step PUD process, that's 5 times 90 days minimum, which is.
Not saying PUD, but a
Okay.
2-step process, which we've seen. I mean, we saw one just a month ago where Ilium asked for an amendment. It went before the planning commission, it went before the BOCC. That's a 2-step process. That's an amendment. It's listed in here, but it's a 2-step process. I
And
don't see why that couldn't fit within a 90-day window, because that's exactly what the state is asking us to do.
Commissioner Brown, is that a hand up or just, okay, got it. Excellent. Jared, is that a hand up?
It should probably be a hand up, yes. Thank you, Commissioner. You know, I think we're sitting here and we keep conflating, and back to Sophie's point, we're talking about applications and we're talking about application processes. The 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10 step process is what occurs based on our code whenever we receive an application. And it is, to your point, what we are trying to compress. And so there are, and I think the tension we have here is we're trying to conceptualize when we got an application, and that is the thing that is germane in our definition here. The application is what triggers which process, and is it compressed, right? And so I think that's how I'm trying to sit and rationalize it, and how I'm trying to think, how could we amend this language in a way to be more exacting about that? But I want to be clear that just because we receive an application and it is a 5-step process does not mean each of those steps is a 90-day process, right? So, I think we keep saying things as we're thinking them, and it sometimes goes a little too far in some respects, but I think we're getting the gist as staff that we need to get that really clear before we get this draft back to the table. So,
Mr. Farka.
I'd like to just be a little repetitive to what Jared said, and also what Sophie said, is that we are talking, the distinction between process and application in this amendment, as we're focused on this amendment only, with the goal, getting this adopted so that we can get some money. And then we will backfill, integrate, do it as we go. Again, first choice is to not do this at all, but if we are to do this, the process versus application is kind of a huge distinction. So I'm just going to use an example to try to bring that to light. One of the items that is on the state also made it to this amendment. It's just a development permit. Let's just do something pretty simple. And let's say I purchase a piece of property and I decide I want to develop it with 5 units. I apply, Simonson says, okay, we can do fast track on this. 5 units, whatever zone district I'm in, think we can do this in 90 days, or it's administrative review. We could definitely do it in 90 days. At that point, that's when you're talking about process versus application. So I, as the applicant, I'm willing to take that risk. Can I do 2 steps? Now, let's say it's 20 units. Is that a 2-step? Probably still a 2-step process. Can we get it under the wire? Man, puts the burden on me as the developer to come with my gun loaded. I got to have all my study, everything in place so that this project is viewed upon as complete and ready to go. Again, I like that. And so back to some of my first comments in an SSR meeting, and for those might think it's contradictory to some of the things I've been preaching in the past. What makes a developer happy? Certainty and speed. Certainty we'll talk about in future. That's when you get into the by rights and kind of discussions within zone districts. But the speed, it also is a double-edged sword. If I want speed, I better have my gun loaded. I better be prepared for it. So, and that, Lance, I agree with you on what you said about, this dragging it out is annoying for everybody, including the public. It's better to have a developer, myself, come in and have a half-cocked project that gets shut down by the public through a 2-step process. Or it's better to have a really well thought out, well developed conceptually project come in and get approved through a 2-step process. I mean, that's not a problem. That speed is there and it puts the burden right back on us. The caveat, huge caveat, is you gotta have some sort of limitation on that. And that's what the SSR really was, in circuitous, in almost random scattershot way we were trying to get across, is that you gotta have a guardrail on the scale project.
Thank you. I think you have put your finger on what I've heard staff say they want to have a little time to address. And I don't sense any concern with either the planning commission or the commissioners to have that language presented to us at the next step of this, which will be a planning commission meeting. And then there'll be a third and final step of commissioners meeting. So I think we've got that message loud and clear. Mr. Taylor, you had your hand up.
Just to follow up on Nick's example, which was helpful, thank you. Couple of things. One is, I think it's likely if you bring a half-baked project to the planning commission, you're going to get loaded with so many requirements that you're going to ask for an extension, which you are entitled to do. Another 90 days to prepare your wildlife mitigation plan or whatever else is involved. I think we might see the development of some timing on the part of developers to bring some or all of what they want to propose to do to the planning commission to start the two-step process in the winter, so that when spring comes, they've gotten through the process and they can get to work. I'd also point out somewhat mischievously, but land use code amendments are two-step processes. When we finish the conversation about phase 2 and how we want the land use code in the community housing zone district and however else that pans out, once that becomes a document submitted to the planning commission for consideration, are we gonna fast track?
No, that's not
Why not?
necessarily. Because it's not Prop 123, it's our own internal process.
It's not actual development of housing. This is for the actual development of housing.
Okay, all right.
But
Well,
if you
thank you.
want to fast track, we can certainly
Well,
write it.
we do as best we can.
Yeah. Yes, Ann.
Mentioned that staff had direction from us on limiting the scope or the project size. Is that what you had said?
I'm not sure what staff is going to present to us exactly, but I think what they are going to put their heads together on is what Kay said, which is, and Jared, which is an effort to confirm that the fast track process, which has ups and downs, blessings and curses, is not available to large scale projects that will require full scrutiny by all boards and want a lot of community input. And I don't know how exactly they're planning to do that, but I know that when that language is provided, that we'll have a lot of great minds working on that to try to make sure that it preserves what we hope for, but allows what we want.
Okay, thanks. Yep.
Can I make one more comment?
Please.
Just with respect to the whole, should we even be doing this thing? I think we should maybe touch on that because there have been a lot of public comments on that. And I would just throw out there, I think we should absolutely keep trying to hit this June 30th deadline. You know, our county is strapped for cash in certain regards. And I think if we can bring in another 45,000 to keep this process going, we should make every attempt to do it. And I don't see anything that we've discussed today precluding our ability to adopt an accelerated review if staff thinks they can address these comments, get them back to us before May. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
We'll get it done.
Matt Damon.
That's staff considered, like whether or not the restriction on size or density would even comply with Prop 123. I mean, in looking at the statute, it doesn't say you can do this, but go ahead and pick a size. I mean, the statute seems to suggest that you can't do that. I mean, but I suppose that would be more of a staff question if they would, yeah.
Jared's got his hand up.
If I may, that is what is racking my brain right now, Matt, is, you know, again, this state statute has been designed to try to remove impediments from housing development. And they were not at all thinking about San Miguel County when they wrote this law. I don't know if anybody from San Miguel County was in that room at that time, but I think that we are trying to make this fit in the best way. One of the things that I want to pursue is, you know, I think we're talking about this and Nick brought a good point to the table that the most dense allowance we currently have within our zoning is our CH, and we have that on one parcel. And to Drew's point, Drew and his team have been really thoughtful about that development. So I don't want that to be a boogeyman, right? But I'm trying to think, where else would a Shandoka fit in the current zoning? Because the layer that we aren't talking about here is, we would look at an application and we'd say, is it housing at 50% or not, right? Kind of the preliminary quals to even talk about fast track. If we said yes, we would say, does it fit in zoning? Right? We'd start down the steps. Does it have water? Does it have sewer? Is all of this in that complete application? And I think we have some inherent governing factors that would limit this process. So what I want to go back and do is really try and suss out, where are the I guess, two big projects that we keep talking about. We're thinking of, an apartment building in downtown Denver and how that's going to get shoved through. I think that already doesn't fit based on zoning, right? So that's what I want to go back and do, because I think you are absolutely right, Matt, that if we simply say anything of 10%, 10 units or higher cannot go through a fast track, the state's going to say, that's your prerogative, but now you're ineligible. Good luck.
Sophie has her.
Sophie, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Jared kind of spoke to it just now, but I just, as I was sitting here listening to everything about like what should be happening first versus second, if there is consensus of the county saying, we do want this fast track process. We know what the bare minimum requirements are. I think we get hung up a little bit on that SUP piece, for instance. Then this is kind of a great starting point for later conversations about zoning, about density, about scale and size of projects, and what process should those scale and size projects go through. And, maybe it is shaping it in a way that whatever that process is, it's not going to be one of those required fast track application types. So that's kind of a way that we could use this as a starting point, and then kind of have those hypothetical conversations around different size and scale of projects as we get to the zoning. I do want to say also, and this I feel like is something that every single community that we've worked in that has been trying to sort through this fast track accelerated review process has been kind of grappling with in general, is understanding the need for affordable housing and trying to make it as easy as possible for the right type of housing to be built for the community that so desperately needs it, right? A lot of communities are in this situation, but also trying to ensure that it's not going to open up the floodgates to uncontrolled and unmanaged development. And I totally resonate with that. I think that is what everyone's trying to sort through, is that balance. So I think it's trying to hold both of those in your hands at one time, but also understanding the need and, how do we shape this to best meet San Miguel County. So I almost feel like there's great opportunity to use this as the baseline and then look at the zone districts and the applications and what should be required within those applications by zoning district, by development. So just throwing it out there.
Sophie, what I think I heard you say is there's an opportunity to get the horse back in front of the cart.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If it's bare minimum, if everyone feels like, yes, we want to do fast track because we want these funds and we want those extra funds, then let's start there. And then let's have those conversations of perhaps the projects that make the community a little bit nervous, and how can the county better kind of protect the values and the sentiment of the community in those much needed housing developments as well.
Thank you.
I have two separate questions here. One has to do with the timing. that this whole thing needs to be done by the end of June, and yet the timeline laid out in the memo is that it would be adopted by the BOCC on June 2nd. And I'm just suggesting that we might have a little more time in there than, right? Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, so the May 4th, yeah, and, we said June 2nd, that gives us a little extra room for the BOCC side. The May 14th to June 2nd is at the absolute bare minimum
Of notes.
turnover. But yeah, we'll be running a notice in the paper for the BOCC hearing on the same day that the planning commission's hearing it, so.
And just to clarify that we do have a little more time than it says in here. And then the other thing is, I don't think I'm that concerned about the scope of these projects, like the size or and however you measure that. Because again, we're not removing any steps. We're not changing any noticing. We're just like moving along. So I'm not sure that I need to see in the next draft, some limitations on the scale of the projects, but you guys will sort that out with the whole 1-step versus 2-step versus 5-step thing. And I don't know if we are trying to wrap this up, but I did have some other comments and questions unrelated to what we've discussed so far. Is it time for those, or do we need to?
I think it is in that I think we have general agreement, and then this is a final check for both commissions, that we would like to see slight adjustments in the language that relates to Mr. Farco's comments for the next version of this. Does anyone disagree with that proposition?
I think we're on
We're
board.
not seeing any hands up on the Zoom. Mr. Tully, I appreciate your patience. Eventually, we will get to public comment, I promise. But we are really trying to have a work session with board members here. And I'm going to be listening carefully when it's your turn. Go ahead, Commissioner Brown. We're going to change topics.
Okay, so I was still around this.
Yes.
So I was glad to see in here that affordable housing eligible for this would have to be deed restricted, because that was not in the guidelines provided by DOLA. I'm a little concerned about requiring that the deed restriction be tied to the 120% of AMI and the 20% of AMI, whether rental or ownership. I feel like our deed restriction has been so carefully thought out and adjusted over time that to add that sort of complicating layer to the ongoing requirement for the project is going to be tricky. I mean, we've seen how difficult it's been to sell Pinion Park and then to resell Pinion Park. And so I understand, I think I understand that in order for this fast track to qualify, it has to start out with AMI minimums, right? Or they maximum, something to do with AMI, right? And I understand why the SSR recommended adjusting those versus the DOLA, but so yes, that's for being qualified to apply, but I don't think we should, or actually what I'd like to hear is why did you all, whoever drafted this, decide to keep those AMI restrictions in there and just not say going forward, it has to meet the county deed restriction, which has nothing to do with AMI.
I think you might have answered part of your question, and help me out, SSR members, if I get this wrong, but you're exactly right. There are basement requirements for AMI within the state's Prop 123 language. And as we discussed them in the group, we realized that those basements don't work in our region. And so instead of creating a false floor, we decided to create a more realistic floor.
The way I understand it is there's no requirement by DOLA that the project continue to meet those floors. It's just that in the application, it has to meet those floors. And then, I mean, there's actually something, there's quite a bit in here. They say several times that the statute is silent on sort of continuing those restrictions. So I just don't know that we need to continue the AMI restrictions indefinitely, because it just constrains the project when we know that our deed restriction is sufficient to constrain the project going forward.
Hallie.
So to speak to that, during the SSR meeting, have a strong recollection of us discussing the fact that we did want to have a deed restriction in perpetuity so that a qualifying house doesn't get sold and then sold on as completely free market. Because they had to jump through so many hoops in order to get this deed restriction in the first place.
I'm 100% agree with that, yeah.
That's where the SSR stopped.
Okay.
We did not go any further in terms of discussing in perpetuity an AMI discussion, an AMI percent. So I think there is room there for discussion about what that in perpetuity deed restriction should be. Maybe we do default to the county deed restriction, and I think Lance even kind of commented on that in one of the meetings, that the county does have a deed restriction, should it just be county deed restricted? I think that's where the discussion ended in front of the SSR.
Yeah, and I think we can look at the definition and rephrase it in terms of, projects shall initially be, or I don't want to say initially be because that was just changes later.
Yeah.
But somehow separating out the deed restriction and putting that in a separate sentence, because we don't want people suddenly being priced out of the home they own because they got a raise. We don't like to house unhoused people because they got a raise. So I think what we'll do is we'll look at the definition and reword that so that it's at the initiation of the project, that's the affordability target, but it's not a permanent long-term. And Jared's got thoughts on this. We'll have to hash it out.
But there would still be a deed restriction, correct?
There would be a deed restriction.
Mr. Farco.
And
Here's a question for legal minds in the room, is that it appears that this cursory review that was done of the amendment has concerns about these deed restrictions and being more restrictive than statutes. And therefore, this amendment might be denied on that premise. Is there concern about this, or is there a way to paper over it to not be Heisman when we submit it?
They also note in their comments that the statute is silent on this, so it doesn't prohibit it. And there's nothing from what I can tell in the statute that restricts us from being more restrictive than the statute. So I don't see that there's any prohibition or reason we should not deed restrict at all, because I do think, to Hallie's point, that we don't want these selling, or maybe it was Kay's point, I can't remember who said it.
Yeah.
We don't want them selling next as free market properties with no limitation whatsoever. And there's nothing in the statute that would prevent that. This is our way of monitoring and confirming that the properties would meet these requirements.
I 100% agree with the statements and agree how we're doing them. Just, the strategy of how you don't get stuff from the state when you put this in. Are you comfortable with the language?
I think I heard her say yes, that there's no prohibition against.
If there's comfort there,
Yeah.
we can see what the cards like.
Yeah, if we get Heisman, we gave it a good shot, but we aren't going to do it without a deed restriction, so full stop.
It out right in their own response.
And also, should we, when we speak to a area median income, should we specify that that's for San Miguel County as opposed to the state of Colorado or?
Oh, we always look at the area median income for the county as comes
Okay,
down from
that's-
HUD.
That's not.
That's
okay,
implied.
We don't need to
No.
clarify, okay. And then my other question is, how do we land on the 50% or more of the project has to be affordable? I know that again was the guideline by DOLA, right?
Yeah, and
Starting point.
We stuck with it.
Okay, but would we like it to be more, or are we comfortable with that? Like, we should talk about it.
I think Jared's going to try to summarize a lengthy SSR discussion about
Okay,
that
great.
very question.
Okay, cool.
So just to make that point, the state has that as a floor level or a requirement of anything with 50%. If we said, oh, it has to have 75, we would be unqualified, right?
Oh, we would.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can only go low.
Okay.
And
perfect.
so
Yeah.
that is ultimately why, but
That's
you know,
fine.
if we said, hey, it has to be 100% to go through a fast track process, that would ultimately disqualify us.
Thank you.
we also talked about how projects in the east end versus the west end of the county do have very different thresholds for that. So a project in Telluride might only need 1 or 2 free market units to make it viable. Whereas in the west end, the margins are slimmer, the properties sell for a lower value, so you need more free market in order to afford the affordable half of that project. And so based on juggling those two halves of the dynamic, we thought 50 was probably as good a place to start as any.
Yeah, and to pair it that a little, that was strictly based on financial performance. Nothing more.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate you taking us a little further into the conversation. All right, gang. Unless there are other comments on this proposed language, we've given direction to staff for 2 amendments or 2 proposals to come back to us. And as this is a work session, we're going to go to public comment. I know that Doug Tooley's hand is up, and I know that Scott Bennett would like to speak as well, and I'd like to hear both of you. Scott, why don't you come up to a microphone, and while you do, I'll have Mr. Tooley, who's been very patient, speak. Go ahead, Mr. Tooley. Mr. Tooley, we are trying to unmute you. I bet you're trying to do the same. And I know you've done this before. But if you need a moment, we'll have Scott Bennett go first, and we'll go back to you next. Oh, here you are.
There we go.
I hear you, sir.
Let Mr. Bennett go.
I'm sorry?
Let Mr. Bennett go. Thank you.
You said what?
I'm trying to
Okay,
communicate
Mr.
better
Bennett,
next time.
why don't you go first? Mr. Tooley's going to take a pause.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you all for all your work on this. You know, I'm concerned about the $45,000 incentive. I don't think it's worth the unintended consequences, and I think that we should stay with the SSR process because I think it's going in a really good direction. To fast track the fast track process is a mistake, and it feels like it's being slid through during off season. During an already challenging season for many folks, when people are struggling and can't participate anyways. This process was already funded by a grant, and the $45,000 was a bonus, but there are too many unintended consequences, especially with our infrastructure capacity, wildfire risk, and pressure on open space. Just because we can get a grant doesn't mean it's the best for our community. Let's slow down and continue with the existing SSR process. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We may well end up there, but I think we're going to continue to try, knowing that we've got at least 2 more meetings to put the brakes on if we, as a group, decide that it's a really bad idea. So hear ya. I think we're all going in eyes wide open, and none of us are fully married to trying to get potential 45 grand. We're willing to keep up the effort, but only if we're content with the end result. Mr. Tooley, are you still interested in speaking?
That is clear. All right. So my name is Doug Tooley. As you may recall, I was ranked last in the applicants for the Strategic Shareholder Roundtable Committee. My experience in these subjects, including improving communication with the citizenry, goes back to Seattle and King County, where I had 5 years of experience in the emerging field of geographic information services with an excellent series of references, lead role on the unincorporated county zoning project, digital zoning project, and a start in working on standardizing environmental regulations under the Washington State Environmental Policy Act. drafted law implemented in the city of Bellevue, where I was interning, that likely got the Department of Ecology head Christine Gregoire elected as governor.
Mr. Tooley, can you take us to the, you established your bona fides. Could you take us to the comments regarding our topic today?
So when it comes to leadership, what's happening in the east end of the county, I think, is failed and has proved failed on this subject. Lots of talk about doing the right thing, but it hasn't been happening for a long time. And there are people that are getting purged, that are getting canceled in the process, including effective voices on that subject. I think what's going on in Norwood is an excellent example of what I like to call relational leadership, where leadership is across a diverse, functional community. You've got folks like Galena Gleason, Norwood Mayor Candy Meehan, water folks like Jenny Russell, Tony Dariani, and hopefully former Mountain Village Public Works Director Finn Kajorme. I think those are folks to look at, and at the moment, looks to me like that's the most functional housing that's happening. I've just got a couple of questions for, on community housing. That is the dark horse in this subject, and there's political maneuvering on that. There's also the Diamond Ridge lawsuit, which is still proceeding. I don't know the latest on it, but just to make it clear, although I have spoken in favor of those individuals, I am not part of them, although there are people who have been apparently retaliating against me for that. I have a couple questions for Sophie. And do we see any possible changes in state funding given the current budget crisis? Or are those funds, those One Tree funds, dedicated by statute, by referendum for this purpose? And then kind of as a slightly overlapping question, when it comes to infrastructure projects, including the Norwood water project, does DOLA put any weight on their infrastructure funding on their suitability for their support for housing development? Thank you.
Thank you for those two questions. And Jared, I don't know if you'd care to step back up to the microphone regarding your connection with DOLA, but you may have some good guesses anyways.
Well, Doug had a great point that while the state has their budget woes, these housing resources are dedicated by the ballot language that passed in 2021. And so the state can't just take those dollars off the table for other purposes. So
Do that though? They pulled money back from OEdit last year.
there is a small avenue, I think, for them to use some of these dollars to aid in HICPUF funding for housing programs. And so I think that they may have pulled a little money to backfill or to kind of move money around a little bit, but it's not unfettered. And so we do expect those resources to continue. And in regard to ongoing commitments to infrastructure projects, the best thing for any organization is to get those dollars and get those dollars committed in a current year. I do know there's a $15 million grant round for the DOLA Energy Mineral Impact Assistance Fund. I do believe that Norwood may be pursuing one of those grants. And once those go into contract, I don't think they've ever been retracted. They've been eliminated from future grant cycles, but they don't pull those dollars back typically. It would be a pretty unprecedented effort. And so I expect those resources to continue to be available if they've actually made the commitment of contracting. So.
Thank you. Let's go to Shelley Duplan. Good morning, Shelley.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. Hello, Planning Commission. Thanks for letting us speak on this work session. At first glance, when I learned about this accelerated housing review and talking with some of our owners in our community, which is the Aldosoro Ranch Homeowners Company, there was a bit of a groundswell of serious concern just on clarity. And I think there's a lot of good points made today about trying to figure out, eligible versus ineligible, application versus processes. So it's really good to hear that you're all really taking time to try to clarify some of these confusing points. And I think there is a huge need, and I would agree with Commissioner Gleason that there should be a list of ineligible processes here, because there's so much confusion out there, and it's been 2 years since we talked about the CH zone and small scale and limitation on scale. And since there hasn't been clarity on the CH zone since then, really the community really gets nervous when we see fast track and and all of these different processes that are eligible for fast track. So really encouraged to hear that this is going to continue to be amended. And I would really encourage a list of ineligible projects so that we all can be clear on what is eligible versus ineligible. We'd like to see limitation on scale, because that was really the biggest hot topic in the CH zone conversation years ago. And we're still in that position where we want to see small scale versus large scale, which really isn't, at least on the east end, appropriate, just for many reasons. So I think we're encouraged. We want to continue to have these conversations and be involved and have the opportunity to weigh in. But we absolutely support fast track. I mean, it's an important process in the appropriate size and scale. So thank you all. I appreciate your time and effort. It's a lot of work and not easy to get consensus on all of these, sensitive topics. So thanks again.
Thank you, Shelley. Appreciate that. I don't see any other hands up in the Zoom room. I don't see any other hands up. I do see a hand up in the room. Welcome, and come on up, please introduce yourself, and here we go.
Good morning, Emily Masson. I live in the town of Telluride, so whatever the town adopts in this vein will probably affect me more than this county, but I took part, and I want to thank everybody for all your time. Many of us, most of us were here for all those CH zone conversations, and those were hours and hours of time, and I appreciate all the time. The way I remember it, it was left off that we were going to talk about the CH zone more and refine it more, but then this shifted to the SSR group, which I didn't apply for, but when I saw who did apply, I was very happy. I felt represented. So I appreciate all that time and effort. In terms of fast tracking, basically how I perceive it is it's a cutting the line. And I'm not saying that's bad, but somebody's going to be able to cut the line and get priority for their type of development. And here we're hearing it's supposed to be for affordable housing. And I heard that the baseline has to be 50%, but I beg to differ. I read it and it says 50% or more. So I would really like to know more about that, if that's really a hard compliance issue, or if it could be more than 50%. If y'all have already talked through it, maybe I can just talk to somebody about that. Secondly, as far as the funding buckets, so I'd like to see it more than 50%, but if I can't have that, I can't have that. In terms of funding buckets, I heard that there's, funding Prop 123 funds for like what you're doing right now, changing the land use code, but I didn't hear any funding for just direct money to the nuts and bolts project. I heard equity financing. Am I incorrect? I mean, is there money to be had by developers that is just direct money, cash, to build that project? Or is it just financing? Because I don't know if that's really that beneficial. I'd also like to note that anybody could apply for Prop 123 funds right now through the end of the year without a fast track review. I do want to say that I concur with what everybody said about if we're going to have a fast track, that it needs to be, I hope, limited to the scale. So we don't, because again, just make sure you're incentivizing the cutting of the line, so to speak, to get that fast track money for exactly what you intend to fund, which is attainable homes, however you want to do it. I do applaud your Article 7, the definitions, keeping it permanently deed restricted. I think that's great. And then I want to know specifically, maybe I missed this, can zoning changes be fast tracked? Because if you can do concurrent applications, you can change the zoning fast track. That to me would fuel higher density projects when you said the process itself will temper that pace. Lastly, I think it should be very clear on which applications are eligible or ineligible, because your developer is going to want to be able to read the language and know if their project is eligible based on all the different steps that they have to do. Is rezone eligible or is it not? And secondly, I think that if it's not clear, you might have situations where people think it's subjective and they might raise an issue with the county itself if those applicants don't know, if it looks more subjective and you're like, no, you can't do fast track. Next thing you know, somebody's contesting that I think you would want to avoid. And lastly, I agree with the SSR that maybe you should go through the whole process before implementing fast tracking, because you will have developers potentially shooting the gap. And that's that time period between the time that you adopt a fast track and then you tweak all the rest of the land use amendments that you're working so hard on. So thank you. Those are my comments. Rezoning, that I'd really like to know that.
Thank you.
Question.
Let's see if anyone in the room is prepared to answer that rezoning question. I'm looking to Kay first. I'm looking to John, who's looking right back at me. Hallie, do you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, well, if you go to the list of eligible
I know, yeah.
project types, we don't list rezoning in there.
Okay.
So, you know,
Listed in ineligible. so
well,
we'll
that's
keep
language. That's
That's
Nick's
okay.
draft.
I know,
But
I know.
yeah,
But I'm
in
saying
our
I
draft,
that
it,
language.
we don't list it as an eligible type of project.
Therefore, it's not included.
Right.
State statute, Nick copied and pasted this from the state,
Yes.
lists it as ineligible. And for Galena's comment, if we're leaning that direction, then we would see something like this in the next draft. Explicitly saying rezoning or change to zone or exclude.
Agreed.
And that copy and paste is more of like an FAQ on legal requirements for DOLA, but I mean, not like they can get like an exact, here's the statute is 2932-105. It doesn't have that, but this clarifies it.
Application types not required, but they're listed as an
So
FAQ.
I don't think it's required to be in compliance with Route 102 to have those things, but it is like on their question and answer.
Hence the gray area. though.
Yeah, I've come around to thinking that ineligible list is helpful.
I agree.
And what about Emily's question about whether there's direct cash available for projects under Prop 123, or is it just
Yeah,
finance?
those are different projects. So they mentioned that there's some CHAFA programs and what have you. So you know, we're working within the local planning grant side right now. But Prop 123 does have other programs related to it.
Jared.
And I was just gonna add, you know, when I talk about equity, when I talk about land banking, those are programs through CHAFA. There are similar programs through the Division of Housing to both grant and loan projects financial resources. So I do think that loans tend to be the thing for private developers. But there are grant opportunities, particularly for local governments engaged in housing development as well.
Thank you.
So basically, whatever's coming out of that bucket is going to flow into the existing programs
Correct.
and more fully fund them. Okay.
All right. I am not seeing any more hands up on the Zoom. I'm not seeing any more hands up in the room. And I feel like we've given staff direction. I hope that staff is clear. If there's any concern on staff side, now's a good time to pose clarifying questions. Mr. Taylor.
I just wanted, before we close the item, to congratulate Dre and the consulting team and the staff. You got an A- from the state on this application. I think that's pretty good.
Would you like an A-? I'd also like to thank you, Mr. Farco, for not only bringing up a concern, but also having solutions. I really appreciate both steps of that. It makes it so much easier to talk about when there's a proposal as well as a concern. Thank you. All right, we are going to move to the second item on our agenda. And Commissioner Brown, that's for you. For those on boards and commissions that are in the room, there's a lunch list going around because we are running well over time, but we are taking the time we need. So for those of you that are here for our discussion on natural resources and forestry practices, I would like to dive right in, but we may end up having a lunch break or a working lunch, if you'll forgive us. A bio break. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess and return at 11:50. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Welcome back, everybody. We are reconvening at 11:50, and the next item on our work session agenda is regarding a land use code amendment for natural resources, forestry practices. And Kay Simonson will be opening the presentation. As usual, let's let Kay finish her thoughts and see if she answers all of our questions first try. And then we'll have time for public comment, and we'll also have some other experts in the field joining us. So,
And
Kay
then,
Simonson.
yeah, so good morning, still, almost. I also have here Tori Jarvis of Sullivan Green CV Jarvis, who has been our consultant and, done the bulk of the writing for us on this. So, and then Tim Pino with West Region Wildfire Council, we'd like to give him an opportunity to talk. We had invited Colorado State Forest Service. They weren't able to be here today, it appears. And then also Megan Eno with the U.S. Forest Service was not available to be here today. But those are, three entities that have very specific interests and input on this. Excuse me. So by way of background, 2019, the county commissioners requested natural resource regulations be updated. Things being what they are, we were a little slow to get started, and there was COVID in there too. But in 2023, we actually kicked it off with the land use code update for natural resources. And we had an October community open house. And then we began working on adopting our regulations. We created a whole new article in our code, Article 6 for natural resources. We created Section 6-1 general, which applies to all items in the natural resources chapter. And then we adopted our solar regulations in 2024 and mining in 2025. We still have oil and gas and geothermal regulations to come. And it is our hope that we'll be able to have our hearings for forestry practices, oil and gas and geothermal all at the same time. But we had this item kind of ready for some feedback. So that's why we're bringing it to you on the work session. Excuse me. So in the 1980s and 90s, logging was primarily a commercial activity. And our code was written with that in mind. Section 5-17 of the code emphasizes mitigation of environmental impacts in areas of local and state interest, specifically calls out floodplain, geologic hazards, historic resources, wildfire, and wildlife. And then within the individual zone districts, it sets review thresholds based on board feet hauled in a year. Of course, everybody knows exactly what that is. And then the zone districts have different thresholds. So, for example, in the F zone, a property owner could cut and haul up to 5,000 board feet by right. They could do 5,000 to 300,000 board feet by administrative review. And then if they wanted to go over 300,000 board feet, that would come to the county commissioners for one-step review. Meanwhile, over in Wrights Mesa, on under 150 acres, the limit is 15,000 board feet by right. 50,000 board feet by right if it's over 150 acres. And then up to 300,000 again by board feet by administrative review, and over 300,000 board feet is a BOCC one step. And just so you know, I asked the Google, how many board feet are there in a spruce fir forest? Typically it's about 15,000 to 30,000 board feet per acre. So 10 to 20 acres would produce that 300,000 board feet that could be approved administratively. So you can kind of keep that in mind later or not.
Does that assume a clear cut?
Yeah.
Okay.
And in Pacific Northwest, it can go as high as 100,000 board feet per acre.
Got big trees.
Because they have a lot more trees.
Hmm.
But just a little tidbit for trying to understand. Oh, and some of you might not know what a board foot is. Imagine a board that is 1 foot wide, 1 foot long, and 1 inch thick, I think. That's a board foot. So then you have to do math and calculus, and trees aren't all perfect. They're not square. They're not perfectly the same diameter all the way to the end. So it's a guesstimate at best. Recent projects, our logging activity has shifted from primarily commercial to more forest health projects and wildfire mitigation. We've worked with the U.S. Forest Service on the spruce beetle eradication and aspen decline management response. Or SPEDMAR as it's called. It's a specific program that was developed. There's another program going on that is a little bit into San Miguel County called SUFFERS. I can't even remember what that acronym is about. But they're focusing on those issues of spruce beetle, aspen decline, and trying to improve the health of forests and get the if you do have an infestation, getting that out of there. Those projects do include some saleable timber because contractors need to pay their bills to do the work. It does begin with a landscape level NEPA review, where they're looking at large areas and going through the whole NEPA process, and then permits are issued to contractors within identified areas. We have a couple of those going almost every year. There's a couple going on right now that they're reviewing and working on. Also, Colorado State Forest Service provides assistance to property owners in helping plan and implement forestry practices. A couple of years ago, we had the New Beginnings Ranch, and they worked with the Forest Service to develop their logging program, and that came through the one-step BOCC process because it was private land. And then West Region Wildfire Council does vegetation management projects that are focused on wildfire mitigation, fuel reduction, and fuel breaks, and that goes all the way from individual properties all the way up to a landscape level as well. And recently, you've heard that we're in the process of adopting the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP, and that identifies specific projects for wildfire mitigation as well. A lot of things like roadside fuel reduction, both to reduce hazards and to help increase fuel breaks. And then last month or earlier this month, the Planning Commission saw or heard about the Wildfire Building Code. And BOCC, did you get that one yet? Or will you be getting that one soon, I think? So it's mandatory to adopt the Wildfire Building Code. So at this point, we're trying to make all of these pieces come together and recognize that we've got this shift from the traditional commercial logging, mostly clear-cut approach that most of us grew up with, to actually focusing on forest health. And Tori.
We didn't coordinate very well on slides. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have one? Do you want me to give like a regulatory overlay? Because the US Forest Service reminds me of that, the State Forest Service. I mean, it's like 2 sentences, but if you have another slide about it.
I actually don't, so go ahead.
Okay, all right. Just to clarify, in the recent projects relate to this, there is no state regulation of forestry practices. So the State Forest Service does voluntary support that I think, many to most projects take advantage of, and they offer best management practices, but there's no state oversight, there's no state permitting required for forestry practices. On federal land, the U.S. Forest Service, the BLM, would require permitting for those projects that were private activities occurring on federal land. But of course, most of the projects like the SPEDMAR that Kay's talking about are federal projects occurring on their own land. And we've talked about this in other contexts, but for federal projects occurring on federal land, the county is not looking at issuing, like legally, you just can't issue permits for those projects. So what we've drafted in the regulations is like an activity notice so that the county is aware of those projects, what kind of impacts they may have to county roads, that sort of thing. But anyway, just that's the background there.
Yeah. Yeah, this, we saw with mining, there was a great deal of federal and state connection to it, not so much on forestry. But as with all of our natural resources, the intent of the forestry practices regulation is to mitigate the impacts of the proposed activity. And the applicant for the forestry practice will be required to provide reports, plans, studies appropriate to the scale of the project. We recognize that some of these projects can be very small, some might be quite large, that analyze the impacts of the project and explain how those impacts are being mitigated. Application requirements, as with our entire code, may be waived or modified based on the scope and expected impacts of the proposed activity. And if there is a federal or state permit involved, those permits may be submitted in order to avoid preparation of duplicate studies and reports. And we have in the past seen projects where there have been there's been overlap between Forest Service land and private land. And so it is conceivable that we could get some of those. And then also, I mentioned the example where the State Forest Service actually did help prepare their plan. That's one of the services they offer. And then as always, conditions may be included that are based on the needs of the referral agencies. So our draft regulations for forestry practices, they'll be in section 6-4 of Article 6. It lists the zone districts where forestry practices may be permitted. It contains all the application requirements according to type of activity. It contains all review standards according to type of activity. And each application requirement corresponds to a specific review standard. And then we have the limited cross references to other sections of the land use code to avoid errors and omissions. The focus of our regulations as drafted is to emphasize the areas of site disturbance rather than the amount of timber production. We also are trying to right-size the regulations and processes so activities such as wildfire mitigation efforts aren't hindered. Mentioned West Region Wildfire Council goes all the way from properties up to landscape. And then we have the CWPP implementation, which is looking a lot at, for example, we have some corridor stuff where we're looking at creating viable fire breaks where possible. And many of those are along roads, some of those aren't. And then we also want to support forest health through the removal of dead and dying or infected trees. And I want to say at this point that, we've identified a number of issues that really need clarification or revision in the draft. And I'm going to try and call those out as we're going along. Yeah, I'm just going to call them out as I'm going on. Keep that in mind, that there are definitely some things in here that we need to look at more.
Yeah, the right sizing of the regulations. I mean, it's still just like something we feel like we're honing in on even this week more. So
yeah,
putting the draft out has helped with that, but it's not a perfect draft.
Yeah. So our contents, we start with the general provisions, then it has applicability, zone districts, level of review, activity notice for state and or federal forestry practices, and definitions that are specific to forestry. And then we have our permit application materials for all forestry practices, just as we have in our others. And then we have our major forestry practice application materials review criteria, minor application materials and review criteria, financial security and enforcement penalties. And as you get into this, we highlighted in the draft things that were most specific to forestry because you have seen all the rest. And we didn't feel like it was necessary to really bring those up again and reopen. So going into where permitted, major forestry practices are listed as being permitted in the F zone, the rangeland grazing zone, Wrights Mesa rural agriculture, West End and high country area. We do need to add Wrights Mesa in there. We don't want to force people to do rezoning in order to, improve their timber health. So that was just something that we kind of missed, but the West End is this brown color, the lighter green is the F zone, the kind of medium green is Wrights Mesa. This brownish color up here, that's rangeland grazing. And this lighter minty green out on the east end is the high country area. Minor forestry practices would be allowed in all zone districts. And then of course, forestry practices are permitted on all federal lands. State lands, it might be that it's under their own, it's their own activity. If they're the ones carrying out the work, it might not. I think I mentioned that later. Well, yes, I do. Major forestry practices, we're proposing to have those as a two-step review, so coming to both the Planning Commission and the BOCC. Minor forestry practices would be administrative. Not having any one step in there. And the reason is we need to be nimble and responsive and get out of the way of people doing necessary work for wildfire mitigation and forest health. Small scale forestry practices, we had that definition in the code. And we want to make that by right with no permit at all. So that's a change from the draft. And it's basically if you're affecting less than a half acre. So the next version you see, we would like to strike that.
The draft.
Right now, it says that it requires a development permit for small scale. And then forestry practices conducted on federal and state by federal and state agencies on public lands is allowed. All zone districts, all areas with an activity notice requested. And that's in section 6-401I. Usually if we get an activity notice, our most significant thing is double checking to make sure that it fits with our closure requirements and also making sure that they're getting their necessary road permits and providing bonding for that. But at that point, the federal or state agency will have already fully designed and conducted all the environmental review. So we're trusting them to, do everything necessary to mitigate the impacts on the actual site. So in the definitions, forestry practice is any activity conducted on or directly pertaining to forest land and related growing, harvesting, processing, or removing woody biomass. And then this next part is an area where we have to work a little bit. It says including road and trail construction and maintenance, harvesting and thinning, fertilization, application of chemicals, disposal of slash, transportation, removal of woody biomass, and reforestation. We're going to work on that a little bit. There are some very specific exclusions if it's secondary accessory to another activity, such as building construction, harvest of incidental vegetation, tree farms and landscaping nurseries, firewood collection and Christmas tree harvesting under federal permits. And we know absolutely that we need to add in here property maintenance, and we also need to add in some wildfire mitigation activities. The CWPP has proposals to do vegetation management, thinning, and such along roadways. And, so if it's related to road work and maintenance, we probably want to make it an exclusion. The other thing that we had later in here, we mentioned road and trail construction. If we're if we're building a road or a trail or upgrading a road or a trail, we can hit the threshold going from minor to major pretty easily when you're working with corridors. So we want to think about that some more. Major forestry practices or any practice that's not a minor forestry practice. And then minor forestry, this is again, we're really going to look at this some more and make sure we have the right things in here. As the following types of forestry practices, regardless of whether the felled timber or woody biomass is commercially sold afterward, and then the county planning director determines whether the proposed forestry practice is a minor forestry practice. This is really good guidelines. It's not like me out there on vibes. It's looking at these and saying, okay, it fits in this class or it fits in that class. And if it doesn't fit in this class and it's not remotely similar, then it's major. So looking at, a forest, 1/2 to 5 acres, a surface disturbance for a purpose not otherwise listed as a minor forestry practice below, and including road construction upgrades. I want to think about that road construction and upgrades because, like I said, we can get 5 acres in a hurry. Selective removal on a site that's less than 30 acres and where less than 10% of the average volume of woody biomass per acre is harvested or removed. So selective thinning would fall under that. Wildfire mitigation practice, less than 30 acres of surface disturbance with the primary purpose of cutting, removing trees and other woody biomass to reduce flammable materials, to reduce fire spread, duration, intensity, fuel ignitability, or ignition of tree crowns. And then we have in here, wildfire mitigation practices shall only occur on lands rated as moderate or high potential wildfire intensity by the Colorado Forest Service or a comparable rating as provided by an applicant. When the CWPP was being done, there was a lot of discussion about whose map are we using, because there's a number of different maps. So I put that in italics because that's something that I think we're going to be working with our stakeholders, partners on to clarify. Restoration practice consisting of less than 30 acres of surface disturbance with the primary purpose of establishing or managing trees intended to mitigate the effects of historic land use practices such as for windbreaks, riparian restoration, or shade strips. And then on this final one, you'll notice that I struck through the SPEDMAR thing. It's not that I want to delete this section. What we want to do is retitle it. And that's because it's defined as a forestry practice consisting of less than 30 acres of surface disturbance with the primary purpose of cutting and removing trees and other woody biomass that are dead, dying, or diseased in response to the spruce beetle epidemic and sudden aspen decline. SPEDMAR is a very specific U.S. Forest Service acronym, so we want to make it more generic, but keeping the intent in there. So
I wrote in just after we talked the other day, practices to remove diseased trees, for example, just something more generic.
Yeah. So that way we don't have to look at that dead tree over there. Although this is in our jurisdiction. And then activity notice for state and federal forestry practices. Federal and state agencies are asked to provide the activity notice. They allow the county time to advise contractors of permits they'll need, such as the excess haul permit. Also remember, the county does participate at the NEPA level when the Forest Service is planning a project. BLM doesn't do much forestry. They could be cutting trees for habitat improvement. Say they want to remove pinyon juniper and encourage sage lands for grouse. But this provides the county with an opportunity to provide early feedback at the project design level. If we wait until they're at the permitting level to provide our feedback, it actually could cause a contractor to decline to work on the project. So, it's already been designed, it's already been awarded. We need to let them know exactly what we need at that point. And then just move on.
Yeah, I mean, just to re-say that, because it took me a minute, I think what you're saying too is like the activity notice only gets you so far because that's gonna be right before they're doing a project. So
Yeah.
it's really important for the separately, the counties participating at NEPA level. That's really where you're gonna be able to speak to a project scale change the county might want to see. It's really not what the activity notice is for.
Yeah. And then finally, leases issued by the state land board generally require local land use approval. So there may be instances where the state is in fact carrying out the actual work. They're hiring the contractors, in which case they fall under the activity notice. But sometimes the state land board will lease land for various purposes. And their regulations clearly say in that case, the lessee must go through our land use process. So they're not. I haven't had any state land board forestry, but you never know. So major forestry practices are contained in sections 6403 and 6404, application materials and criteria respectively. Some items that are specific to forestry practices are timeline and phasing, surface disturbance, especially avoiding wet soils and sensitive areas, management techniques such as chemical application, prescribed burns, chipping, and mulching, roads, looking at the haul routes, and also are they using existing roads? Are they building new roads? Are the new roads or any improvement to existing roads going to be reclaimed? And then also very important thing is design and maintenance of stream crossings. Are they doing low water crossings? Are they putting in culverts? Are the culverts remaining after the project? Are they being removed and mitigated? That we have a reference in here to the Colorado State Forest Service forestry best management practices to protect water quality in Colorado. And then reforestation and restoration plan. And we understand that reforestation is usually not a goal of most of our forestry practices. So we may reword that one.
The restoration's supposed to acknowledge that, but I think
Yeah.
we can do better.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to say about just roads in general to keep in mind, because we may look at thresholds of whether or not new roads are even being put in for a project as something, when we're trying to right size the level of review. Because if you all don't know, like road construction is by far the biggest impact to water quality, sediment control, erosion, steep slope issues. And so just wanted to highlight that.
Does that mean that you may include under minor forestry projects that don't require new road construction?
Something we've been playing around with, or one of the hallmarks of a project that would need lesser review.
Yeah. And I mean, we've certainly seen this in our mining exploration where sometimes they need to upgrade an existing route or they need to build a new route. And that's at both the minor and major levels there. And part of that is this road getting reclaimed afterwards, returned to its original condition, or fully reclaimed once it, and removed. So kind of a similar principle here. And then minor forestry practices, very similar to major forestry practices. Since they're proposed to be administrative review, we really want to look at the application materials and examine them, look at revising them to be simpler and more prescriptive, and then making the criteria more objective. Usually for administrative level review, levels of review, it's a very clear, fairly clear standards on what has to be met just to get approval. And also keeping in mind that many applicants will not have the ability to hire experts, for example, biologists. Biologists are busy working on big projects and there's not a lot of them out there. So what we might do is reword it to refer to our wildlife mapping and, giving a more concise list of avoidance periods based on For example, elk winter range or sage grouse, nesting periods. And, being more specific in that way. And then there are some related amendments. We will be replacing section 5-17 logging in its entirety, so that section will become reserved. We can slide a different something in there later. And then we'll have to also do amendments to the individual zone districts to remove the references to logging, because those will now be in Article 6. And then there'll be some other amendments as needed. In the general provisions, we're adding 6-101E applicability. That was something that we found was necessary as we were doing mining. We held off on that at the last minute because there was definitely some discussion. And we have included in there allowing natural resource activities on non-conforming lots. Again, these are activities that, simply because they're less than 35 acres, they still need to happen. So that's probably going to be one of your hot topics of discussion. And then 6-101E review criteria in Article 5 replaced is being added in for clarity. And then add to the definition 6-101F, the terms include and including, monitoring plan, and natural hazards. Those are things that were popping up in these regulations. We said, wait, this really does apply to all of the topics. So there's also a numbering problem in the draft at this point. Just kind of work with me here. And then when we did mining, we had created a list of acronyms, and that's something that really applies to all the natural resources topics. So we'll be moving that out of mining and moving it here. So you did get the 6-1 red line strike throughs in the draft. The others have not been written up yet. So these were first posted on our website and sent to stakeholders on March 12th. We recognize that was a very short window, but with off-season coming up, we wanted to have this opportunity to get feedback so we can keep moving forward. Staff and the consultant have met with Forest Service and West Region Wildfire Council staff who had a number of questions and concerns. As well as some constructive feedback that we're still trying to take in. We want to continue to meet with them as well as the State Forest Service staff as the draft is further revised. And then we did get one letter from Sheep Mountain Alliance, which was included in your packet. And also Tim Pinot from West Region Wildfire Council is here, and I wanted him to have an opportunity to talk about their programs and kind of what they need in terms of being able to execute their work. So at this point, we'd like direction regarding any amendments to the forestry practice regulations. Please keep in mind that we've already noted a number of changes that should be made in the interest of clarity. And it should be recognized that application requirements and review processes need to be compatible with other activities and programs such as wildfire mitigation. So we definitely know that we have some work to do on this, but we want, some feedback today. So any questions, or if we want to take our lunch break?
Let me address that question,
what do you
the
want
lunch
to do?
question. Knowing that we have some guests in the room, Ruthie and Tim Pinal in particular, would the board be able to defer taking an actual lunch break until we've heard from at least those two folks? And then we could dig into the language with Kay and Tori after lunch and address more technical concerns, but I think they may have some kind of overview ideas that we could at least hear and probably incorporate into our continued thinking. Does that sound reasonable?
Brain is getting a little hungry.
Uh-oh.
Can I just eat while we?
Yes,
That be okay?
yes.
I don't know if anybody else.
That's another option. Would you prefer to have a working lunch and we simply just kind of talk around mouthfuls?
Are you okay with that?
Do you mind if we're rude and eat in front of you? If Anne's brain is, okay,
Exactly.
yeah. In that case, let's take 5 to get food, and it's 12:26. Let's try to get back in our seats by 12:31 or 2, and we'll nibble as we debate and discuss. And Lee, you're going to be talking first because I saw you. Well,
There's a
Reopen our meeting. Thank you, Carmen. And out of respect for Mr. Taylor, who needs to get out the door, I'd like him to go first and get his questions answered, and then we'll go to Tim Penna.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the consideration, and apologies for arriving late, leaving early, but
Thank you.
that's what today looks like. Overall, I guess I just want to throw out a couple of broad concerns or, thoughts. One is, and we've run into this with some of the special use permits that we've done that require mitigation with like berms and so forth and so on. I would ask the question, should regeneration and reforesting have a stronger water source identification component? I know on one hand, you're saying, well, they're regenerating a forest that had grown there and it must have had enough water. But on the other hand, conditions are changing. And I look at the seedlings that were planted on the hillside on the way to Norwood struggling. And I think we ought to at least, figure out something that might help with that. I'm thrilled that you're here, and I know you guys are going to take good care of allowing us to do fire mitigation for our homes without having to pull a permit or pull any permits. And I think this was mentioned in the comments, but technical feasibility probably needs some language. Because all we say is that major practice must be technically feasible. And maybe we want to put something behind that so that they know what that means, but I don't know how much. And I think that's my notes. Page through while everybody's chewing. Sure. Yeah, bunch of notes about water. And that's what I would raise for consideration for the next shift. Thanks.
Thank you, Lee. Appreciate your
Thank you,
time.
guys.
Thank you for volunteering to chair the planning commission. I know it's a lot, and I know you've got a lot going on, and you're trying to do it all.
Yes, indeed.
And one thing that just before he leaves, this is he is now in his 21st year on the planning commission.
That's sympathetic applause, I assume.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yes.
That is grateful applause.
It's been an honor and a mostly fun challenge.
How many years as chair?
Whenever Chris ran for county commissioners when I took over. Yeah. But I was always mouthing off anyway, so they were used to that. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm gonna miss your stuff.
All right. Thanks, Ed.
But your guy came and did my house.
Excellent.
Big guy.
Aaron?
Here, yeah.
Yeah.
Still working on it, but.
It's daunting.
All right, next, let's go to Tim Pinell, if that's all right. And Mr. Pinell, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. And thank you for having me back. I appreciate it. I thought what I would do today is I'm going to give you, I've got a little handout here I'm going to pass around. It's also, you could bring it up on the screens. It shows you sort of in a flow chart way what our vegetation management program looks like, which is the mitigation that we're talking about with forestry practices. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it because I don't know that that's really the purpose today, but this will sort of sketch out for you how mitigation happens on someone's private land. First, there has to be a site visit. Then they have to, after the site visit, submit an application to get into our vegetation management program. We take all those that we get and then look at them for feasibility, look at them for scope, for maximum effectiveness. And then we look at how much money we have from various grant sources to help get them done. And once we select the ones that we're going to do in a year, then we create an estimate of cost. And then we have to lay out the project. A forester actually lays out that project, goes and marks trees, as well as other things, make sure that we're outside of the stream management zones, all the other things. One of the things I was going to start with this, and I should have said this, but we already had a really good meeting this week, I thought, on the topic of the forestry codes. I thought it was an excellent meeting, and I want to thank you both for being really open and receptive for what we had to say, and to publicly say that in front of the commission that they were really very receptive, and I appreciated it. But that layout happens, and then we bid it out to contractors, and we bring in as many contractors as we can. And then the landowner gets to choose the bid, and then we start implementation. A lot of the things that are in some of these proposed codes are things we do already. For example, all our work is according to the Colorado State Forest Service best practice. First of all, we wouldn't get the money we have unless we did that. But they also come out and check our work. Even after we check our work, they come out and check our work. At least several, I think they saw like 4 of them 3 weeks ago, 4 different projects we did last fall in Ouray, or in San Miguel County and Ouray County, between the two. And so then we do the implementation. We go back and check it after the contractor is done. And then once it has been paid for, the landowner sends us the receipt, and then whatever cost share there was on it, we send them a reimbursement check within 30 days. So that's sort of the broad picture of how this works. In terms of, before I go any farther and talk about the proposed codes, are there any questions on that I can answer for you?
I have a brief question. Just what size projects are you working on? Half acre, 30 acre, 200 acres?
In the last, I pulled earlier this week, in the last 3 years in San Miguel County, all our projects except 5, and I think we've done 72 in the last 3 years. All our projects other than 5 have been under 35 acres. There's several that are between 30 and 35 acres, probably a handful. Then there's a large band between, say, 20 acres and 10 acres. That seems to be a real sweet spot of the type of size of land lots people buy. But then there's also quite a number of half-acre lots, or 1 acre or 1.5 acre. So we do landscape scale. The Skunk Creek project toward Mountain Village is a project that's going to be with the Forest Service, cross-boundary project, and that one, I think, when you put everything all together, is probably 80 to 90 acres. So we do the larger ones as well, but obviously there's far more in terms of the smaller individual landowners. Yeah. Yeah. Other questions before we talk about the code? Like I said, I think we've already made a huge steps on the code. So the most important thing you need to know, we are a nonprofit. All this work gets done from grant funding and from donations. That is not typically, grant funders don't typically fund permit fees and things like that. They fund the actual getting the trees off the ground, right? And so any costs that we get for either permits or if we have to, I jokingly said I'd have to, when I first saw the first draft, I jokingly said I'm going to have to hire 10 more people because I'd need a wildlife biologist. I'd need this, I'd need that, I'd need that. And I think we've gotten past that. So that's not a criticism. But any cost that this does put onto mitigation will be passed directly along to your taxpayers. I just have to be honest about that. I am in full support of the code in general. I mean, there's a few things I would change, but in code in general for the large projects, where that large project acreage is, maybe it changes a little, but I think what you've essentially done is create a NEPA-like process, even if the feds aren't doing it, right? And I think that's a valid thing for large landscape projects. So I applaud the county for doing that. I think that's a good idea. We want to make sure that we don't mess up the roads, that we don't put too much sediment into the water streams, right? I would say there's one thing worse than road building for streams, and that's a wildfire. That'll mess it up real quick and for years to come. So we want to make sure, the whole question is how do we find the sweet spot where we make sure that, particularly in a summer like we're about to go into, or maybe we're already in, that we can do as much mitigation as we can, right? Right now, our vegetation management program, from the time of the first site visit to the completion, most of the time takes about 18 months. Part of that is simply due to the fact that if there's too much snowpack, we got to be able to see the ground to take the trees. Other things, depending on the elevation, if we're in pinyon forest, we can't operate between March 15th and October 15th. You cannot touch a pinyon tree or you will kill that pinyon tree because of the pinyon nips beetle. It puts off a pheromone the moment you start cutting it, and every pinyon nips beetle in the nearest 2 miles will start heading toward the tree. And so there are times we can't function that way. There's other times where we don't want to be in there, obviously after runoff when it's too muddy, where we're gonna, one, get equipment stuck and also really mess up the ground and create a lot of erosion. So there's a lot of calendar restrictions. So this is normally about an 18-month process. We don't want to make that longer, partly because some of our grants say you got to spend this money in X amount of time. And we're not giving you the money until you have the project. So we have to be careful about that. So those are sort of the broad strokes. You know, I don't really want to nitpick on the code too much at this point, because like I said, we've made a lot of progress, but if there are certain things in it you want to talk about, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Pennell. Any particular questions based on what you just heard? I've got a couple. Commissioner Brown.
Question. This is probably out of left field or impossible or something, but Tim spoke to sort of how well established their processes are, how careful they are, thoughtful they are to all of the considerations we would have, and that it's inspected, all that kind of thing. Could there possibly be a provision in here for exempting organizations that are certified in some way as already following best practices, or expediting approvals for them? Because I can understand the one-off blogger or one-off map mitigator, but someone like West Region Wildfire Council, they are establishing the best practices, so it seems onerous for them to have to comply with something like this.
Yeah, I mean, short answer, yes, all those things. So we have been exploring that idea of having maybe even just an activity notice if you meet these requirements. And so the county would get notice again just to know about activities. Another thing that we've done in other counties for other types of projects, I mean, not perfectly this forestry question, is the idea of issuing, the county issues like a general permit. So activities that are occurring, in association, like done by the Wildfire Council, in association with the CWPP. These types of activities can have a general permit, and they don't have to go to the county. But maybe they just give an activity notice, you have your permit, and you follow the best practices. And what that gives the county is the ability, if something's going really wrong, you could enforce. And I don't think that would necessarily be against the Wildfire Council, but it gives you, the ability, if someone is just going in there, going crazy and trying to say it's under the Wildfire Council, what are you guys gonna do?
Right.
So it gives the county something to enforce against, but you don't have any upfront administration. So that's a concept we've talked about. We haven't put pen to paper on, but that idea of a general permit may be the most efficient. Or the idea of an activity notice if you meet all these things. You just get into more like, how does somebody know if they've met all the things? There could be more back and forth there even. So, those are a couple of ideas that were floating.
Thanks.
One sounds better to you.
The only, yeah, I think either, we can make it work either way. I think that if I had my druthers, somehow you would exempt, and if there's conditions for the exemption, I think that's fine. Exempt any, it's either, my first thought was 35 acres and below or something like that. But I also understand you'd have to somehow say, with the understanding that these are still requirements that have to be met. So maybe the exemption's a good idea up front, or the blanket permit. We could talk about it, certainly.
Yeah, and the other thing we learned talking to you is that there are homeowners who are just there are other contractors that they could just go to, and perhaps they want a quicker process than 18 months. So they may just go to a contractor that is, to Ann's point, certified, or like, I don't know what the certification is. We just started brainstorming this, but like, is there a way to say if you use a contractor that's some certification?
Yeah, I mean, we have a list of people that we consider reputable contractors. That might be a place to start. And it might be something with Colorado State Forest Service too.
Right.
So there's a number of options there. The only, I'm gonna change the subject just a little bit, but the only thing that that Mr. Taylor mentioned that I think we do need to think about a little bit in terms of not just the code, but how we talk about things, is we really shouldn't use that term reforest anymore. Because first of all, the forests we have now are not the natural forests of this place. They are the result of 100 years of suppression, fire suppression. If you want to see what the forests of this place are going to look like in, say, 20 years, if they're healthy, my recommendation would be go to the mountains of southern New Mexico. I have some land there. I have a property there. It's a beautiful forest, but there's nowhere near as many trees. They're much more widely spaced, etc. But if done right, those can be very healthy and beautiful forests. So I think one of the things we've got to adjust our thinking to is we can't say we want our forests back. The reason there is such insect damage is because, and I said this in my meeting earlier this morning, if you've studied science, everything tends toward equilibrium, right? Everything tries to get to a balance. And right now, our forests are not healthy, and they are trying to balance themselves. The way that ecosystem is balancing itself is through two things: insects and wildfire. And so once that forests are healthier, you will see less wildfire and you will see less insect outbreaks to the magnitude that you're seeing them now, right? Fire is part of this landscape, always has been. And so have insects, and they manage themselves when the forest is healthy. So.
My comments will come later, but they're largely with respect to the difference between small scale and minor forestry and where we draw those lines.
Yeah.
And so you just mentioned the 35 acre you would like to see exempted entirely. Can you just elaborate on where would you draw a line if you were to draw lines between any permit at all versus major?
I wouldn't have any problem at all with sort of a blanket permit for anything under 35 acres, for us or for other groups that are reputable. I think that's fine. What I'm trying to avoid is passing more cost along to people who are already like, one of the things that we've done this year because it's needed is we've, with the Telluride Foundation, has given us the money for 25 free visits for households that fall under the median household income in the county, because those folks otherwise are not getting site visits and not doing any work. And that doesn't help anybody. And so I would have to pass that cost along to them, and I'm trying to find a way to avoid that. That's my real problem. It's just one of cost. There's not a thing in there that even the first draft of the code that I went, that's a bad idea, other than the reforesting. Right. But in terms of thinking about stream management zones, in terms of thinking about roads, in terms of thinking about, I'm trying to think of the other things that were in there. I'm off the top of my head, but, we would have had archaeology or whatever else it may be, cultural heritage. Those things all cost money. And for a nonprofit, we would have to automatically pass that cost along. And that would be prohibitive for a whole lot of people.
I guess I'm still stuck on like acreage and then also clear cutting versus selectively downing dead trees or thinning forest. There's just such a difference. And so I'm still struggling to wrap my brain around how to draft language that addresses two very different.
The only mitigation that's usually used in the only clear cutting that's used in mitigation is either for fire breaks or for roads. And roads are also then become a fire break, but it's primarily emergency ingress and egress. So if you look at your CWPP that's out there for comment now, you'll notice that almost all the projects that are listed as priority projects are roadways where they are talking about clear cutting 100 feet on either side. That's the reason for that 100 feet is that makes sure that not only can residents get out, but they can get out while fire trucks are coming in, and it creates a natural fire break. So that's about the only time in mitigation terms that you would ever see clear cutting.
But a logging practice could come into a 10-acre parcel and clear cut. And so, or would they?
They unlikely. For our work, there are some times when we do sell logs where we can sell logs off a property, but there has to be at least 3 full log trucks in order to make it financially viable. That's sort of the rule of thumb. That is really hard to do in 10 acres because most of what we cut and most of what's there is damaged or dead.
Okay, I saw your hand up. Do you have something
Yeah,
to
and
contribute there?
I mean, one other area where we might see something that's more similar to clear cutting would be clearing land for pastures. So a rancher could want to clear land. They might be working in oak scrub and trying to clear that out, which we haven't really defined in our code. It's like, is clearing oak really forestry?
Yes. It is a fire hazard like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Does it go under our logging?
Yeah.
Those are your questions.
Because, I mean, that's definitely not a commercially viable, well, it's good firewood. But other than that, so that is an example though.
That be covered this current draft?
It's in the back of our mind that we need to kind of address and clarify that.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to hear. I mean, if you have a question about that, we can talk about it later, but like, do you want a say in that if somebody's clearing 10 acres of?
Well, for example, town of Telluride has a inch diameter rule. Cut down anything less than, I don't know what inches is.
Yep.
Do we need something similar?
Yeah,
so
that could be a
we're-
good threshold.
We're not cutting down Ponderosa, but we're totally fine to go cut out the 1/2 inch diameter scrub oak in the house.
I would caution you a little bit because a lot of aspen's real thin and we want that aspen. And there's actually science that shows that it can redirect a wildfire. So.
Let's circle back to where I think Commissioner Brown started, and I want to see if we can wrap up, which is some kind of general exemption for West Region Wildfire and other certified organizations as nonprofits from permit fees in particular, because that's what I heard Tim say was his primary concern was his owners. It might push them over the edge if we had extra cost built in. The other costs that I guess an owner could incur might be archaeological review and so forth. And I think for larger projects, perhaps that's important, but on a private parcel, I'm not sure that archaeological review is as frequent or as necessary, because I think the private property rights might trump that. How?
So I reached out to a forester friend of mine and suggested that he take a look at this, and I mentioned that the county is floating the idea of permits for anything larger than half an acre. And to say that panic was his response would be an understatement, because every project he does has a greater than half acre disturbance, and so simply the legwork of pulling a permit, even if you don't have to pay a biologist, even if you can do it all on the back of a paper, just the time to complete the permits will slow him down significantly when he's busting in the summer. Taking down dead limbs, taking down dead trees on everything more than half an acre.
I'm happy to talk about the right size in a
Yeah.
second, but I was hoping to get just the initial step that Commissioner Brown.
Right, so
Get some
to
opinion on
her
that.
point, then, it's not just the permit fees, it's the simple cost of effort of pulling the permit.
Well,
That
I'm
takes time.
proposing that, for a certified organization, there is no cost for pulling a permit because there's a general permit already issued countywide.
Mm.
So I'm trying to just focus on the West Region portion right now while Tim's with us, knowing that he has another obligation this afternoon. I'm happy to get into where you were headed though.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, please, Galena.
Of Tim on this? Thank you. Tim, hi, Galena Gleason,
Hi.
County Commissioner. Hi. I am just curious, in addition to the permit fees, is West Region seeing a real hurdle in the extra administrative work that this permit process entails or might entail, and what that looks like for your org?
I think given the conversations we've had earlier this week, I think we're on a good track to removing some of that administrative burden.
Yeah, maybe you're saying, because I mean, in Kay's presentation, we also recommended that for the minor permit, that those need to be greatly revised to be objective standards so that Kay can make them. You know, right now they're using the model from all of your existing regs. So like with the assumption that those were greatly overhauled, I think is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Not as written.
Yeah, not as
In this
written.
draft.
As written, they would be onerous, absolutely. My first thought when I read it was, well, we're pulling out of San Miguel County.
With, you know, the adjustments you plan to make for the minor, I do like the idea of either a standing general permit or this, just if you're certified or you meet some requirements, and maybe if the project is at most, 40 acres, I don't know what that number would be, that you just go, you don't even have to, a notice, as you said, an activity notice. Because I don't even want Tim to have to come in here and fill out a simple application, if he's just doing his regular work. And probably some of our arborists too, who we know are well qualified, certified. I don't know what to recommend, but maybe that's something that staff could go back and research and discuss further.
Yeah, and I had mentioned already that under the exclusions, we want to put in general property maintenance. So, people want to clear brush or they want to drop a few trees here and there for whatever reason, because it's too close to the house or whatever. We want to exclude that sort of stuff.
Okay, I think that what Anne's saying is what I want to key on just for a moment, and that is there any objection to developing language with some sort of a general permit for West Region and other certified organizations or contractors? And if there's no objection, then we'll see that language in the next batch. I see a thumbs up from Tori, but that's not a thumbs up I was looking for.
Right.
Okay.
That's legally defensible, right? You can select organizations like that?
Well, I would select,
I think
make
you
it
can-
don't put one, these
Yeah.
guys get a permit, I think it has to be.
Yeah.
If you
Criteria.
meet certain.
Okay.
Right.
We will get that.
We will
get that legally defensible.
We will work on that
Will
with more.
include our local nonprofit that is doing this work that we all want done. Star, do you want to come up and just grab a microphone? There's one here beside either Anne or Tim.
And maybe also arborists established or something, I'm not looking at just West Region, I think it could be other, yeah.
Okay, we got that part. Tim, I think that the other concerns that you have, Hallie's going to be talking about under size of large scale versus minor. And I don't know what your departure time is, but I know that we're going to have several more bites at this before we make any firm decisions. So if you've got to go, rest easy that we're going to get you in on it.
It is okay. I blocked off the days for you guys can have me as long as you
Oh,
want.
good.
I'm
Okay.
just gonna have to meet a board member after we're done. That's all.
Okay, I misunderstood lunch date when we spoke. Okay, in that case, do we want to dig into the difference between large scale and small scale and medium at this point? Or do we want to save that kind of hard one for later in the conversation?
I'll dig in. I mean,
Okay, let's do it.
that was my biggest alarm.
Let's go.
When I read this, I thought the large scale logging looks great. I didn't really have much to think or say about that. But when I read that anything greater than half an acre, here's an example. When I bought my house, I own 8 acres, 2/3 have trees on them. The first thing I did was take a chainsaw and knock off all the lower limbs across my property. Way more than half an acre of disturbed area there.
Maintenance.
Maintenance, but also, I mean, somebody suggested, we have not defined surface disturbance for your
Yes.
other activities, and we've used that, but I mean, we've used that term. It hasn't been defined other places, but to me, that's zero surface disturbance. Surface disturbance is actively like tilling or changing the soil.
Well, here's another example. If you do asbestos abatement, say there's like caulk around your window, you're not required to consider the whole square footage of your window. It's just the square footage of the bead of caulk around your window that determines whether or not you need to get professional mitigation or not. And so with this, am I looking at just the butt of the tree that I'm cutting down? Am I looking at the diameter of the overhead? Am I looking at where it falls? Or am I looking at, hey, you just took 10 trees off of 5 acres, that's 5 acres of affected area?
I can tell you how we do that.
I'd love to know.
You should. I'll tell you my thinking.
So when if you look back on that sheet, it says project layout. And so what we do is we start with a GIS map of your property. And then you said you've got like 5, let's say you had 5 acres of your 8 acres that are forested. When our forester comes out, they're going to look and they're going to say, we're going to take, these are the places we need to take trees. And the boundary would be the outside form of that area of the trees. So let's say in the far corner of your property, we don't need to take any trees. Then that's not considered. But the whole mitigation area, the area that's mitigated is defined by the outside boundary of the trees that are being affected.
So one's here and one's here. This is the area.
That's
The
right.
trunk, the tree.
No, the space.
It's the
Is it the, you said
it's the canopy. It's the canopy.
but it's also the space between. If one's over
Yes.
here and one's over there, it's all that's in between.
That's right.
But it could be real narrow in between.
Not if it's well mitigated, it wouldn't be. We're gonna ask for 10 to 15 feet between crowns of trees.
So
Yeah,
I mean,
and-
that's the next thing I did. I cut down 20 trees. It was 1 day of labor, 0 hauling, but it was absolutely more than a half acre.
And then the other part that comes in there is, as you're doing that work, are you disturbing the land? For example, by, having to cut in roads or having to, as you're, we had a code enforcement case a number of years ago where they bulldozed through their aspens. And, so to me, that's, that whole area, that was disturbance. It wasn't just looking at the canopy of the trees, it was the whole bulldozed area. And so I think, yeah, we're hearing you. We need to define surface disturbance. We need to add that definition so that, we have some guidance. Are we looking at the entire property? Or are we looking at, within the, the groupings of trees, the crown of the trees? How are we measuring that? And we don't have an answer for you here, but we hear you.
Yeah, I mean,
I would further say, I think half an acre is just too small. I mean, half an acre is barely the 50-foot boundary around a house.
Yeah.
If you need to clear that area for insurance purposes.
Yeah, and you know, the wildfire code, you know, it has the 5-foot zone, the 15-foot zone, the 30-foot zone, the 100-foot zone. A 100-foot radius is a third of an acre. So, or no, it's
I think it was like 2/3 of an acre.
2/3 of an acre. Yeah, it's 30,000 square feet. So it's 3/4 of an acre. So yeah, revisiting the half acre.
Maybe you could just give us the rationale for the half acre and the 5 acre breaks, because it
Yeah.
must have been.
Well, so I'll give our rationale, and I'm not wedded to this, but surface disturbance is the idea of your natural resource regulations in general is that the land use impacts you're worried about are the land that is disturbed is what creates impacts to the county, whether that be because of roads or because of materials being put in like solar. So solar is where this starts. You use surface disturbance as your threshold. And for solar, we have this discussion about, you know, is it this area of the site? And it's not, because we want to incentivize like being able to have wildlife corridors. So we don't want it to be the site. We want it to be genuinely where the ground has been disturbed, is the disturbed area. And I would think that same logic carries forward here. I mean, that's the intent or the idea. So it wouldn't be, you know, the whole house just because you made a square. It would be the strip and what that is. So we can clarify it, and we're introducing new definitions into the section 6.1. It would probably be good to have a definition apply to all natural resources equally, because we use that term. So it'd be good not to change that term. But that's the general idea is literally the impacts come from disturbing the ground. Like if you chop off the top of a tree, the county doesn't, you're not really impacting the county. But if you put in a road to access that tree, that's what's creating impacts that are broader than on your property. And that's where I think that's where we've always looked at where are the impacts and what's the threshold, and we look at surface disturbance. So that's the idea, but making that clearer and whether the numbers are the right numbers.
How did you come up with the half acre and the 5 acre?
So those are comparable to the same amount of surface disturbance that we looked at for like the lowest threshold for solar also.
Okay.
And literally again, the amount of ground that's disturbed.
And the 5 acres?
That is one of the thresholds we looked at for solar. Now
Yeah.
I can't remember solar if we did.
We
I
settled on
think that might be small as 1/2 to 5, but I can tell you, and if you want to ask another question, we can come back to it. I can pull it up in a
I
second.
just feel like this is very different than solar in the sense that wildfire mitigation involves a tree here, it's my dead trees, it's my thinning, whereas solar is still a more concentrated area, even if it's strips, even if it's a rectangle with gaps in between. It's kind of like building a building. I don't want to quote quite that far. Whereas if you go out and cut down a tree every 4 trees across 10 acres, you're actually improving the habitat and improving the wildfire situation.
Yep, I definitely understand.
And so I guess this compared with what we approved 2 weeks ago to pass on to you guys with the home hardening and the wildfire mitigation. It's funny to on the one hand say, these are the regs that we have to follow to wildfire proof your home, and yet there's a bunch more bureaucracy to have to jump through to do that.
Star.
Just going back to Weather West region and how to deal with that, and it's sort of also what she's saying over here, the activity permit. I'd really like for you guys to think about that. It's what the federal government uses as well, and under yes, the activity notification. As an example, if you think about the federal government, it's it's a checkbox of, did you comply with this? Did you comply with this? Are there endangered species on your property? Whatever. It's a 1-pager. They also do under 5 acres for mining as well. And it just gets basically an activity notice as well, under 5 acres. Thinking about yours, I know that our previous land use code stated it was more in the terms of logging, but the amount of trees could also be considered versus acreage too.
Well, right, to pivot back to the board feed and the comment earlier, there's a very big difference between thinning versus a logging operation. If you go to New Zealand, you see entire mountainsides that have been clear cut and reseeded. That's a very different thing than wildfire mitigation. And so how are we juggling those two things in the same?
I mean, that's one reason why we changed the title from logging to forestry practices. Yeah.
Galena.
Thanks. I mean, I wonder if there is a necessity for minor forestry practices being laid out in our regulations. I'm not proposing that I think that's necessarily a good idea, just food for thought as to, you know, what that threshold amount is that kind of like defines minor forestry practices and whether that is something that we feel that we really need to mitigate those impacts.
Goes back to his comment about the 35-acre exception, where it's 35 or 10, I don't know.
I think that the reason that it could be useful is if someone was considering a clear cut on 35 acres. And I don't think that's likely, but if we didn't foresee that, we could have a surprise and we may or may not be happy with that.
I mean,
Matt,
would it be possible to, have fire mitigation in one section and the major logging operations in another?
that crossed my mind as well, but we're talking about two different things. Let's talk about them in two different places.
Yeah, from what I understand, there have been some instances of folks in the county, I guess you could like basically cowboy through and say, I'm doing wildfire mitigation. And, who's to say at that point? So that's one of the challenges. We definitely tease that out.
We could define it though. Wildfire mitigation leaves at least X% of trees standing, or logging operation is anything with more than X% of trees being cut. There's gotta be a way to define it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, maybe it's about the total number of trees you cut or the portion of trees you're cutting on the land. And it's not just about disturbed acres, or maybe it's.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, I don't know that the number of trees, it correlates to the amount of impact to the county.
Right.
So I still think surface disturbance is the best metric, but to your point, is it, at some point, no matter what size of property it is, there's an acreage limit that you want to see an application for, or like a percentage, like you're taking out a percentage of, the like more than 25% of the overall properties being disturbed. I don't know. We'd have to research what that threshold is, but maybe
Kim
that
might know.
What's that?
Tim might know based on the projects that he's.
What would be
72 projects
chaos?
he's done.
25%?
Well,
no, it sounds pretty bad.
the difficulty is it all depends on the forest stand. There's and I'll give you, there's an area, if you've been up by Skunk Creek, right above Skunk Creek, that is Forest Service, that is so thick that the Forest Service said the only way to work on it is to clear cut it and start over. So there you're talking about, to make that forest healthy, 100% of the trees.
How big's the parcel versus the part that's being clear cut? Is it like it's most of the whole parcel?
It's a big chunk.
Yeah.
There's
And
a strip, right?
It's more than 35 acres itself by itself.
I'm pretty sure.
But is that like a one-off project that maybe the county would want to see? I don't know. These are
I'm telling you,
policy questions for you guys.
We're doing another project in Delta County and Confluence Park where it is so thick, it's gonna have to be close to clear cut. Other places, we may go in and need to only take 10 trees on an acre. Or so it all depends on the health of the forest, so it's very hard to say percentages.
I think this starts to get back to where we started with Commissioner Brown's suggestion, and I agree with this quite strongly, that we figure out some language that exempts under a general exemption for certified forestry organizations that are doing wildfire mitigation. And if you've got a certified organization doing it, it should take out most of the cowboys. And we can then not worry quite so much about trying to define this hard thing, but just let the best practices and the existing expertise rule our mitigation practices, and we can focus on commercial logging, which I think is what we won't see as much of, but we're probably going to see federal effort on federal lands, which we aren't going to have a whole lot of say over anyways. So we can start to think about it in a little less one lump and more in two separate paths. Helen.
I fully agree with that. Just Lance.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Hallie.
I was just gonna say, there's other places in our code where we have things that you can't do this within 100 feet of a wetland, or you can't do this within 100 feet of a stream. I know sometimes we wanna log within 100 feet of a stream, but maybe there's an opportunity to, rather than having a whole wetland study and mapping, and your permit involves all these different things. Can we just say, don't do XYZ activities within this distance of a water body?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about for the minor permit that needs to happen.
Yeah.
The major permit, you may still want to see some analysis, but if we want to go more objective there, but that's exactly the kind of thing that we're talking about, getting rid of the impact analysis and just having it be like, you can't do this, you can't do this.
And
it would be significantly scaled back the way we're talking about doing.
Yeah,
with these changes.
we don't want to see, because we have very specific wetland regulations that set forth the 100 foot buffer and talk about surface disturbance. And we have our grading and drainage permit process. So we want to make sure that we're staying consistent and not creating a loophole where, under the guise of forestry practices, you can go in and significantly affect wetlands.
One of the things we talked about that could solve a whole lot of things is just an expectation in the process that says you have to follow the Colorado State Forestry Service best practices. That will cover a whole bunch of things, including stream management zones and all sorts of things.
They also have a forestry road guidance book that does stream crossings and extremely much more detail than the county would ever do, even really. Maybe you have that in your handbook, but anyway, they have a really detailed forestry road one as well.
Maybe that could be part of your overarching exempt organizations and contractors thing they have to then follow.
That's my line of thinking, is you would have those best practices they have to follow, because if not for the county, there's no enforcement. Everything you do is voluntary. So that general permit gives the county the ability to enforce if someone is a bad actor. And it would be those best management practices, I think.
Again, I'm trying to eliminate bad actors prior to any activity by mandating that the project is at least supported or sponsored or somehow involved with a certified organization or perhaps certified operator, so that we can just rest easy that they know that manual and that we are working with somebody who's got cred in the industry. And I hope that we could slip that language in, but it wouldn't be something that they'd have to go through a tick list and say, stream crossings, read it, done it. It's more of just, yeah, this is how I operate every day. And I'm willing to trust that, for example, West Region Wildfire is doing that. I don't need to have a permit. I don't need to have a fee. I just need to have their seal of approval on any project of almost any size. Maybe we get to a high number where we do want to sit down with Tim and his crew and really understand it. But otherwise, I want to facilitate fire mitigation and examine logging operations with a more critical eye.
Maybe we should just let this topic rest and
Yeah,
direct staff
this
to come
is
back
a rough draft, and they're going to have better
It'll be
language, thanks, go.
significantly different, yeah.
Okay.
We've get
And
heard.
I assume that you will continue working with Tim as you file drafts so that the eventual outcome is one that at least Tim is aware of, if not in favor of. It would be ideal if Tim said, yeah, this works just fine. It's not going to add expense. It's not going to add time. And my organization can do the work as can others like his without undue burden. Star.
I think as we review this draft and then the future draft, the way I did it was to start off with a list of like, what do we want to protect? What are we concerned about? And Kay has examples of things where in the past there were operations where things didn't get protected. So we have examples of that. We have examples of the New Beginnings Ranch and how they went through the process of contacting CPW first. We got a letter, there was consultation, on that large scale with, so make a list of what you're concerned about on these lands, and look at it from that lens of that. And then you can maybe think about where would that happen? Would that happen on 35 acres? Where would we find this? It also goes into vegetation type. We didn't talk about like sagebrush or other types of vegetation, which Tori brought up, like think about diameter and vegetation types. And Megan, also brought that up, elevation bands of what vegetation type we're talking about as well. But I think that's just a good start to think about what we want to protect, and then do these cover it and what could be removed, et cetera, and how we would look at acreage or trees, et cetera.
Thanks, Star. If we feel like we've covered Tim's thoughts regarding his organization and their needs, perhaps it would be good to go to Ruthie Boyd next, who's also submitted comments, and hear Sheep Mountain Alliance's thoughts, and then we'll be able to incorporate that section into our thinking, and then we'll try to wrap up with any observations we have. Matt, I know you've got a 1:40 departure. Is there anything before Ruthie starts?
No.
And okay, you're good.
Galene has to leave at 1:40 also.
Yes. Galina, is there anything that's come up so far that you'd like to add before your 15 minutes of time with us elapses?
No, everything I wanted to address I've actually already said.
Okay.
And knowing that Ruthie is in the room, that's great, because I just wanted to make sure that her comments were addressed in this meeting.
Great. I feel like Ruthie is the Lorax. Maura, is your hand up?
I just wanted to clarify, are you now going to public comment?
I'm going to organizational comment for local nonprofits, and if need be, I'm happy to include public comment as well, and then we'll circle back to this point. Thank you. Go ahead, Ruthie.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say we're really glad to see you all considering this update, and think that the draft is really strong, and also really understand where Tim is coming from and where all of us are coming from with wildfire mitigation needs. I think Sheep Mountain is super open to like different ways that this could look, and different ways that project sizes could be distinguished and have requirements that aren't as burdensome. But I think there is a certain acreage over which, or surface disturbance over which, it is nice to have more strict codes. And I really like the major forestry practices as well. I think it would be nice to also have maybe a little more clarity around what is a major forestry practice. Since right now it's not super clear, other than that it isn't a minor forestry practice. And we'd love to see like the opportunity for the public to be involved in knowing about those projects and commenting on them. And also maybe a way for the public to be involved in some of the other more minor projects, whether it's being notified or having the opportunity to sit in on public meetings about them. So yeah, I think we're flexible as to what the changes could look like. And those are just some of the things I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Ruthie. Can you understand the tension that you've brought up between the desire for public notice and perhaps time for public comment versus the urgency of
Mhm.
fire mitigation in particular?
Totally.
Okay, would you be content with notice and discussion on logging operations, but not on fire mitigation operations that were under the umbrella of a certified
Mhm.
organization or outfitter?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think generally yes, although even when it's for wildfire mitigation can still have impacts that we would maybe want to be aware of. But within like a certain project size, I would be content for sure.
Thank you. And do you have a certain project size in mind?
I think, well, talking to Tim a little more, it sounds like 30 or 40 acres or something around there is a reasonable size. But I'll have to think about it more too, and excited to review the next draft stuff.
Okay. Well, understanding that you share our concerns about basically fast tracking wildfire mitigation, I don't think we're going to be able to grant full public scrutiny of every project for fire mitigation, nor would I want to. I think that time is of the essence. However, I think that I can speak for myself at least. I think that we are interested in making sure that major logging projects do have time for public scrutiny and comment.
Totally. Yeah.
And maybe major wildfire mitigation as well?
Yeah, I think we're easing towards the number there, and I think I've been hearing 30 to 40 acres as one that feels more comfortable as a baseline.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Okay. Great. Is there anything else in your comment letter that you'd like to draw to our attention? I noticed that you had a few other points, but none of them were mentioned when you just talked with us. Is there anything else you want to highlight?
I mean, I think the other things we mentioned were pretty like small details, and I don't have anything really more to add on those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
the
you so
time.
much.
Great. Let's add another part of public comment with Mr. Doug Tooley, who's again been very patient. Thank you, Mr. Tooley, and welcome.
Hi, Doug Tooley here. I have some comments regarding right-of-way, various aspects of fire mitigation and logging operations on right-of-ways. They relate. I'm currently camped in a boondocking area near Flagstaff, which has an active thinning practice, and there's not a clear line between fire mitigation and logging operations. There is some revenue that can be generated, even if it is just for firewood. They've got some sophisticated equipment. I do also have experience as a tree planter for 2 seasons right out of high school in 8 national forests, from Northern California to Montana and 5 states, and including the blowdown from the Mount St. Helens eruption. I've also did GIS work on the Songus National Forest, logging roads on that in coastal southeast Alaska, which does not have much. I'd also like to note that if people aren't aware, Commissioner Waring's father is in the forestry program at the Oregon State University, a program I've had some association with. I don't know if I've mentioned the name before, George or Gary Ice. It was not a teacher, it was some sort of affiliated research program. I don't recall the name of it. So when it comes to roads, I'm wondering if there is any requirement for private landowners to maintain those right-of-way standards for safe ingress and egress use of that road in fire conditions, as you talked about for new road construction. Secondly, I'd like to note the benefit of increasing access, right-of-way access into forests for performing that fire mitigation work, whether it be a bike trail say on the slope, the high hazard slope between Mountain Village and Telluride, or elsewhere, or even ADA compliant trails that are wide enough for a wheelchair bicycle to navigate the entrance, that there's a benefit. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. I will mention that Kay started out her presentation by saying that she was going to be reconsidering trails and roads and reconsidering how to define those, because when you start to talk about a roadway, the acreage adds up quickly when you start doing the math. So I think you are already heard, but I appreciate you underscoring that point.
Yeah.
Well, there was also some conversation about how right-of-ways and roadways can serve as natural fire breaks. And Mr. Pinal was very clear that those can be an advantage. So I think we're all on the same page here. I don't see any other hands up in the Zoom. I am going to ask Star if you have any comments or suggestions for the boards to consider based on your natural resources expertise.
I believe that in the definitions, and I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but we discussed it this week to add in helicopter logging and steep slope logging, tethered logging.
Yeah, that's something that we don't have in there yet, and we probably need to address that.
I think that might go under technical feasibility that Lee mentioned on his way out the door. And while something may be technically feasible, it may not be desirable. So we'll have to figure that out.
There's an actual statement that says something about nothing greater than a 30-degree slope.
Mhm.
So right now it's disallowed completely, I think.
And from a forest management perspective, there's some advantage to not logging on steep slopes because you lose erosion control. There's also some advantage to selective thinning on steep slopes to avoid fire ripping uphill. So a tricky balance. Tim is nodding and smiling. I guess I said that right. We'll leave that to Tim's eagle eye to help examine any language that comes up about steep slope logging to help us hit the right balance there between erosion control and fire suppression.
6-406F.
Thank you, Haley.
Yeah, we can write to the extent practicable or something, because I mean, if there's not a compelling reason, you should avoid building roads on them. You know, there's things you should avoid. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
And
we'll just put something more general, because it's not the intent to be that prescriptive to say you can't do it.
I don't know how prevalent this is in Colorado, but definitely in the Northwest. You know, they set up rigging where they go down, they cut, and then they drag.
Skid.
They're dragging it up, and that's a lot of ground disturbance.
Yes, and if we're doing a skid steer operation, that's going to be a commercial logging venture, and it's going to be something we want to talk about.
Yep.
You can see examples of that on Monarch Pass, and it looks effective. I mean, it looks like they did, I would say, good work. I mean, I don't know what the people there think, but
Made for good ski runs. Yeah. So Star.
I was just saying in general that to add those in there, to think about things surrounding those types of operations, because we have a lot of that going on actually up here as far as that goes, and things that we don't think about for access for helicopters and such, and landing zones and that sort of thing, road closures for those type of operations, bigger picture, including those in there as with definitions and just understanding like.
Is the county interested in making sure you have oversight of those, even if it's like under a certain disturbance, or are you more worried about, I guess, are you worried that they're getting brought into something that they shouldn't be? I just don't.
I would just make sure that the sheriff would know if there was going to be a road closure. Like, I think I gave an example of this happening in Uray and like along 550, and they're going to be closing to allow for helicopter. So it would be like a sheriff's notice for something like that.
Yeah.
So like, no matter what, if there was helicopter involved, even if it wasn't like these thresholds we've talked about, you would like to know about it. That's what you're saying. I mean, because that is just like a different threshold. I just need to.
Yeah, I mean, And we've, had several summers of helicopter, not exactly logging, but, selective clearing. And, I was sitting in my office and all of a sudden it's like, oh, there goes a tree flying through the air. It's quite entertaining. But, at the very least, public notification, that there are going to be helicopters. And then, the operator, closing any areas that, so that, you don't have people inadvertently in your, crossing under your fly zone, things like that. Oh, and slight digression, I also had an email this morning from, from someone with Tri-State, and they mentioned that, with their corridor, clearing and thinning, that's something that should also be exempted. And they operate under a very specific set of rules. So for the most part, they usually are. They did one a number of years ago, well, a couple of years ago, that was in, some of the areas where they were on, their power lines were on private land, easements in private land. There were wetlands, and they did get county wetland permits for that. So that's something that we'll probably need to, again, kind of clarify.
Okay, so we've got helicopters, we've got transmission lines, right of ways. I know CDOT's planning to do right of way clearing on their parcels, state highways this summer. I don't think we have any say in that. That's just gonna happen.
Yep.
Commissioner Brown, did you have something to add, or did you say you needed to leave?
No, I don't need to leave, but I did want to circle back to something Kay mentioned during her presentation, which was 6-101D, that natural resources may be permitted on non-conforming lots. And we are in the middle of a discussion about what should and shouldn't be allowed on non-conforming
Yeah.
lots. Go ahead.
Well, so we've got forestry practices for you here today. We're going to schedule another work session when we have oil and gas and geothermal. And so, I put it out there today, but we don't need to discuss it today.
Okay.
And yes, we're gonna be in the, next couple of months looking at the non-conforming lot issue elsewise. But at some point, we have to address it in natural resources because of how we've set it up.
Okay, I appreciate that you called it out for us today, and I don't want it to slip through without the conversation, so you'll make sure we circle back to that.
Yes.
Thank you.
I had something that I heard Kay say about non-conforming lots regarding fire mitigation. And I think that, well, what you said was referring to forestry in general, but I think you meant fire mitigation when you said that some of the things we're talking about need to happen even on non-conforming lots. I'm wondering if we could put initial language in that would allow fire mitigation on non-conforming lots as a first step, and then we could save the logging portion for a discussion of oil, gas, and commercial logging or profit logging for another time.
Well, and keep in mind how we're describing a forestry practice. It's not necessarily commercial logging. And I brought up the example of somebody bulldozing their trees. Now, they were on a conforming lot, but it's an example of where they took down about 4 to 5 acres of aspen.
If the
and left it
mitigation
behind.
was done under that general exemption permit that we've been asking for, would that?
This was a totally private action.
I understand, and
Yeah.
I'm saying that that would not be allowed, but if the non-conforming lot owner was operating fire mitigation under the auspices of a general permit that we discussed,
Yeah, I
would
mean,
that be amenable?
yeah, totally. We need to make it clear that, wildfire mitigation can happen on any property size.
Thank you.
But in terms of forestry practices, whether minor or, they're not going to get to major if they're a non-conforming lot. Minor practices, we do still need regulations because people do have forested properties that are still under the 35-acre minimum. And we need to be prepared to deal with them if they want to do significant clearing.
Agreed. I think what I'm trying to get at maybe we're saying the same thing, is that if somebody this summer on a non-conforming lot wanted to do fire mitigation, I don't want them to be held up while we get through oil and gas.
Not at all.
Okay,
No problem there at all.
cool.
Yeah, under the existing code, they're not regulated at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question, and my last question is, did we allow any major projects in additional zone districts in this draft? Because I see we've listed, like, for example, high country area, forestry practices are allowed. And I mean, I don't think we want to allow logging in forestry, high country areas.
We'll take another look at that. I believe the difference in high country area is, I mean, we had somebody that was doing a project that was on the boundary of the F zone and the high country zone. And they withdrew the high country zone land because it put them, they wanted to stay in the administrative side. So it wasn't a board foot problem. It was that the high country zone has a much lower threshold for the hearing process as opposed to administrative. So we'll take another look at that.
Districts, just make
Yeah.
sure
In some capacity, we can say
Yeah.
the high country is allowed in your existing
Yeah.
zone. Logging in the high country is allowed in the existing, in your
Yeah.
existing zoning regulations.
And then also we have to
What
look
you're
at
saying
range
is like
length.
what the number of board feet is. Their
Yeah.
zone has like a different threshold.
Yeah, and also I need to take a look at the rangeland grazing zone. Which is a very a lot of forest on that land.
So just from my memory, we just took the existing ones, like we didn't make any, like you all can make calls on if these are the proper zones.
Okay.
We just kept the ones that were in the
Oh, you
existing
did,
code,
okay.
basically, but the thresholds are different for every single zone, so we
Okay.
did dumb it down into basically what we consider major.
Yeah.
I hope that makes sense, but it's like a Venn diagram in the.
I heard you say
in
you're
the
gonna look at it,
existing
that's
code.
all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hallie.
This is my last question, I think, and it's very specific. We talk about under forestry practice, any activity, application of chemicals. One of the things that foresters will do these days is spray for budworm. And it's a bacterial and fungal spray, and I'm wondering how we're defining chemical. Is it fertilizer? Is it bacteria and fungus? It would, I don't know if we do or do not want to include that, but I think maybe some clarity on what we're considering chemical.
Yeah, and when I gave my presentation, when I started in on the including part, I said, we need to look at all of
Yep.
these. And I was wondering about, chemical application as well. And, at what point do we need to be issuing permits?
Well, true, application of chemicals is that include hanging the pheromone packets on trees, that's an application of chemicals.
Only if you're disturbing the service, so if you were like, we gotta put a road in to be able to
That's not what
access.
this says.
Well, you're not, okay,
So,
Yeah.
if you look at the thresholds for what a major and minor is,
Yeah.
but obviously you gotta
Yeah,
get
well,
that better clarified.
Yeah, we're definitely going to work on this definition.
Well, by attrition, we're running out of
Yeah.
voices.
fun.
Yeah.
Unless there are other thoughts, I feel like we have given staff plenty to work on. And I don't know when you plan to bring this back to us. Is it going to be in a lump with oil and gas, or are we going to have another forestry practices only
We're
focused meeting?
hoping that it'll be a lump because we want to get through this summer. We're already planning for June and June
Alright.
meetings, so
Well, that gives us something to look forward to.
yeah.
With that, thank you all very much for your time. This was much longer than we thought, but it was time well spent. And I will adjourn this work session. Thank you all very much for your time today.
Thanks for making my time to come here worthwhile. It's like, oh.